Everybody turn your mics on. Okay, I'll call to order Rolesville Town Board regular meeting. This is November the 1st, 2022. I'd like to welcome. We got a good turnout tonight. Appreciate all the citizens coming. Welcome to the board meeting. We got a pretty big agenda tonight, at least one public hearing. So hope everybody is doing well. I'm going to ask you to rise to the Pledge of Allegiance. And then after that, we got Minister Christie here. She's going to fill in and do our invocation. If you don't mind, just come up to the mic. Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mike's yours.
Good evening, everybody. Let us pray. Most precious and holy Father, we come before you this day, thanking you for all that you have done for us this day, Father God, by sending your only Son to die for us, Father God. We thank you for it. We thank you for your grace and mercy, for allowing us to go about our day-to-day, doing your business and the world's business today, Father. We thank you for everything that you're going to do for us in this meeting. We ask that everybody be on one accord with you first and foremost, Father God, and let this meeting go forward to be pleasing in your sight. These and all of the prayers we ask in your precious Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you for coming, Christian. And if you see Michael, tell him hello and welcome him the best. And you guys doing a lot of good stuff out there. And I can't wait to get back over there. I know I always enjoy visiting you guys, and y'all do a lot for the community, and you know that as well as I do. And thank you for all you do. I know you work very hard too, so thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thank you. All right, next item is review of the agenda by the board. Any changes we need to make, we can consider that. So, board, you have the agenda in front of you. I can entertain any type of additions or changes, or I entertain a motion.
So moved.
All right, I got a motion to approve the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Is any other discussion? All right, not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing any. Thank you. Appreciate it, board. Next item we have is the liaison reports. And we'll start with Commissioner Vilga, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Anything to report?
So the 26th we met and did something a little different with the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. We actually had upcoming developments come before the board. There were 6 of them, and we took a look at the greenways, and we looked at what our greenway plan we just adopted shows, and we looked at open space and greenway and what they preferred too, and kind of meshed together, and they're going to bring those recommendations before TRC to review now. So it's going to be like a new step we're going to kind of do to kind of look at those ahead of time to see, to make it make sense, to make everything match and work better together. Also have an update on the farm entrance. We have the traffic impact analysis in-house. And right now, the schedule for it, final drawings are looking to be possibly February of '23, with a bid package complete for March '23 to go out to bid for that. And one other request I'd like the board to consider. Right now, it's the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. We'd like to possibly change out the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Advisory Board to add cultural into it. So we'll bring it up in a future meeting, but would like to consider that so we can bring more things before that board for them to consider. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that. Good thoughts there. Commissioner Sutton, Economic Development.
Yes, I have a very brief update because the Economic Development team is here tonight, so I will not steal their thunder. Just a couple of things. On the Rolesville Downtown Development Association, we are still meeting. We did not have a meeting this month. However, we will have a let me back up. For those of you who don't know what the Rolesville Downtown Development Association is, I affectionately call it RDDA. That is a group that we've tried to start to help with economic development of businesses in Rolesville. And it is a group of citizens, business owners, and other citizens that are here in, we meet monthly to work on those things. So we have been meeting each month this year, and we're going to have a closeout kind of celebratory event in December to close out the year to say thank you, because all of these folks are volunteers. So thank you, community, for volunteering your time. And the only other thing, two other things I want to mention. One, we've started or going to be starting an affordable housing committee because we're serious about putting a policy together for affordable housing. And I know a lot of people say, what is affordable housing? Well, we need to define that for Rolesville because there are people that cannot afford to live in Rolesville. So we want to focus on that. I'm excited about partnering with Commissioner Medley on a committee with that. And then the only other thing is, of course, Walbrook is still coming next year. Hopefully they'll get moving. But Cobblestone is going upright. Hopefully you'll see something going vertical very soon. We'll be having additional discussions with them later in the month, but things are moving forward. I'm excited to say that. And I'm going to stop there because, like I said, we have our economic development team here. Michael, our economic development manager, is here, as well as Terry, I think, is here from the chamber. So you're going to hear a lot more economic development updates to come. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Good report.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that, Commissioner. Next on the agenda is Commissioner Medley, Planning Board. Any report?
Okay, so we have a couple of things here. Make sure you can hear me. Sorry about that. So to the board, on Wednesday, we had a Triangle J meeting with the COG, and they talked about some pretty interesting things that we've talked about before, and they're really focused on mental health right now. And as such, there is an event tomorrow at
Dorothea Dix.
Dorothea Dix, yes. That's going to go into a deeper dive about mental health and what it means to our staff and, their staff, and what are the different things that we can do to help put different plans into place. So I look forward to that meeting tomorrow. That's my quick item. On October 24th, we had a planning board meeting. I unfortunately could not attend the meeting, so I had to watch it like some of you may have done online. And then I had the different members of the board fill me in on different aspects of that meeting. Specifically, Tom's Creek was an issue that came up that was denied by our planning board. It is a major development that is coming in near the Forestville and what's my other street? Burlington Mills Road. So it was a 4-1 vote against it. They denied it. But as I was telling the mayor, some of them felt like it wasn't a complete what is my word?
Design?
Yes, that there were things missing from that design that would have helped them make a more informed decision. They didn't have that. There were some questions about traffic. There was questions about what's a cluster. So what I did was I did invite 2 planning board members to attend tonight. One of them said he may not be able to make it. One of them voted yes, and one of them voted no. So I just wanted the board to hear a little bit as to why we have Mr. Hill here to explain why he felt no was the answer for that plan at that time. So I do want to have him say a few words about the plan. Can we do that, or should we wait on that?
Sure. Yeah. Speak on
Okay.
your behalf then, in
Okay,
your report.
so he can come up? All right, so Mr. Hill can come up. Just a few minutes, not like we talked, yesterday. Okay. The other person was, which by the way, I don't see him here. Yeah, he's not here right now. He said he may not be able to make it, but he was the one who voted yes, and I really wanted you all to hear his perspective as well. I stand in between both of their decisions, but I think it's really important that we get a lot more information about this, this project that they were bringing forward. So,
Commissioner Medley?
It's yours.
The applicant who had the vote is probably not here and unaware that this was not on the agenda, and they have a pending matter before the board where the board will still have to consider this at an upcoming meeting, that might be the more appropriate time to deliver a planning board report on this case.
So you're saying no, don't have to speak right now?
There may not be a legal challenge to this, but it is not common because the petitioner would have had no idea that this was going to happen today.
Okay, so even if I were to say what was said to me and what I saw on that public meeting, what does that mean to the other party that's not here?
I leave it to the board to decide what to do, but you do have this as an upcoming agenda item.
Yeah, always caution to the attorney there, so.
Okay,
Ms. Teal, appreciate that.
We're not gonna have you
But
speak.
I think defense of Commissioner Medley here, I think she views it as just a update and not a official report from the planning board.
Correct.
I don't think he's intended to
no,
provide a
correct.
official
That's why I wanted
report.
one who voted yes and one who voted no to speak tonight. But I will say that I think some of the things, if the board has not watched that yet, you really need to watch that because there are a lot of questions that were unanswered that evening. And there are a lot of things that I think in my conversations with some of the commissioners here that they are not aware of. And it's not so much just this project that came forth, but projects that are coming. So I just think it's really important that we get that information, we get that education so that we'll know how to make an informed decision when it comes to us.
That's excellent advice, to watch those meetings. That's a good idea.
Thank you.
Anything else from planning board?
I don't know, the attorney might shut me down.
Okay.
No, that was pretty much it.
Okay. Well, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Attorney. Like I said, 9 times out of 10,
And I do want to thank
I'll lean
Mr. Hill
towards
for coming
attorney.
out. Oh, there is one other thing, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I think it may be coming up later on in the agenda, the replacement for the planning board seat that's vacant.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to do that now? We can do it later.
Let's do it later.
Okay,
Let's do it later. So,
that works.
yeah, that'd be fine. So thank you for coming, Ms. Teal. Appreciate that. And I think you said another one was going to come
Yes.
with a kind of a different
Take
opinion,
that.
but it'd probably be better if we don't hear anything directly from the planning board. So appreciate you coming anyway. Thank you. Naturally, I'll throw this out here, Attorney, we got the public to be heard coming up, so I can't prevent him coming back up and doing a 3-minute spiel as a citizen if he wants to.
Absolutely not.
I don't think so. So I'll throw that out there because I can't permit that. So, but to come up here, speak on her behalf as a board member, probably, I agree with the attorney, but appreciate anyway. Commissioner Austin, veterans, anything there?
Yes, sir. First thing I want to mention is Operation Greenlight. I'm very excited about this. This is the initiative to shine a light on the plight of veterans in our counties across the country who are having a hard time connecting with benefits after serving our country. By shining a green light, we let our veterans know that they are seen, appreciated, and supported. This date is November 7th through the 11th. The color green was chosen for this program as the color known for renewal, hope, and well-being. The term green light is normally used as meaning moving forward. By simply changing your bulb from white to green, it creates a support. There was also a meeting held on Halloween at 1000 hours with Ms. Carol Hayes from the Garden Club, discussing the relocation of the Blue Star Memorial right out here and the Veterans Memorial. Staff is working on a plan that will allow the relocation, and thank you for that, Kelly. The next is the recognition service will be held on November 11th at 1100 hours sharp at the Town Hall in recognition of Veterans Day. Veterans Day is a day of celebration to honor America's veterans for their patriotism, love for country, and willingness to serve and sacrifice for the common good. When first celebrated, it was known as Armistice Day, the day that marked the end of World War I. formally recognized on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month in 1918. On June 1st, 1954, Armistice Day was changed to Veterans Day to recognize all veterans that have served. Today, November 1st, at 1300 hours, I attended the INTAC Carolina Recruiting District Assistant Counseling Briefing. The INTAC stands for Navy Talent Acquisition Group. This briefing was to share the activities, events, and programs and local communities and our leaders. And tonight, definitely have their ETSO in attendance, as well as their senior chief, to witness the proclamation for supporting Operation Greenlight. Last thing is the North Carolina Veterans Day Parade and ceremony will take place on Saturday, November 5th at 09:30. Parade will start at 9:30, and the ceremony will be held at 1100 hours on the north side of the community building in downtown Raleigh. The governor will be reading Operation Greenlight proclamation at that time. And last is on November 10th, 2022, I will be attending the Congressional Veterans Briefing with Congressman David Price and Congresswoman Deborah Ross. And that will continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I will say, I'll put a cheap plug in for the show coming up next Thursday. The mayor show, What's Happening in Rolesville show. It is focused on veterans Thursday. We're going to have Commander Eugene Pleasance, one of the big leaders in the veteran group, speak for about 20 minutes, and then the commissioners coming on, talk about being a liaison to veterans and some of the good things that's going on in Rolesville, some of the things he's trying to bring in for veterans, some of the things he's trying to recruit to town, which is really amazing, the things he's working on. So
Thank you,
if
sir.
you can, be ready to watch next week. I think it's going to be a pretty good show for veterans and veteran-related items. All right, appreciate that shameless plug there. Commissioner Sneed, public safety, anything to
All
report on?
right, we did. We had they had an annual fire department meeting and a quarterly meeting on October 7th. And at this meeting, their accountant, Phyllis, with Petway, Mills, and Pearson, she was there. She's one that performed the audit for the fire department. And she gave a report of everything that went into the fire department, how all the monies were allocated, the expenses that they had. And she also said that it is a matter of public record, which it is once it was given to the fire department and published. She also offered her services to help with any accounting issues and training that they may need. So that was good for them. They gave the chief gave the number of calls, and I think these are always interesting just to see what's happening in Rolesville. But he said that to date, there are 934 calls to date, 352 for fire and 582 for EMS. So that's in Rolesville alone, and I think those numbers are pretty impressive. In town, 495, out of town, 309, and mutual aid is 125. And what that means is that's when they have assistance from across the jurisdictional lines. So it's good to know that they have extra help when they need it. They have a paid staff of 12, which will be 13 once they hire a firefighter to replace Jacob Butler, who was promoted to division chief. If any of you didn't know that, tell him congratulations. And there is now a recruiting campaign for firefighters. There's an email that is sent out, and I'll email it to all of you. If you know anybody, just pass it on. And there's also a flyer that you may see around town. If you know anyone that might even have an interest or questions, please send them over to the fire department so they can have all their questions answered, because they are heavily recruiting. At the board meeting, they said that they have two battalion chiefs coming on board. They are still working on selling one of their rescue trucks. They sold another one. And at the safety meeting on the 11th, we met, the police chief was there, and he spoke on Shop with a Cop. and how that was happening this year, and that they were taking donations at the Fall Fest. So all of you, if you all have any donations, you can speak to the chief sitting right over there. And I found this very interesting, that they said that the busiest hours that they receive calls is between 11 a.m. and 12 noon. And within that hour, they average 36 calls in that 1 hour. I thought that was pretty impressive. And the last thing that I will talk about today is that they're already working to address any issues that they may encounter when Main Street is being developed. So, that's it for me.
Thank you. Good report. A lot going on for public safety, and that's really good to hear everybody's working together on that. Appreciate your involvement, Commissioner. Thank you. Now, communications from town staff. First one, Meredith Gerber, if you will, come up.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Meredith Gruber, Planning Director. And in this picture, you can see Jordan and Mike hanging out in the Development Review Command Center, AKA Mike Ellebarger's office. And Commissioner Medley, you mentioned the Planning Board meeting on October 24th. We had 2 cases at that meeting. The first was 207 North Main Street, and that is a rezoning from general industrial to general commercial. And also you mentioned Tom's Creek, and that one was recommended for denial, and the other one was recommended for approval. So expect to see both of those cases at your December meeting.
I have a question about that.
Certainly.
They voted no, they denied it. Was there an opportunity to table that, to come back
For,
to planning?
to send it back to Planning Board? If at your December meeting during that legislative hearing and process, if you, excuse me?
At our December meeting?
At your December meeting, that's when Tom's Creek is scheduled for a legislative hearing. So if you all decide to send it back to the Planning Board for a particular reason, that is certainly an action you can take.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, just for clarity,
Gotcha.
everybody, they voted no to recommend an approval.
Right, it's
So they didn't, it's really a recommendation
Right.
to you and us, and so. They still going to bring it forth next, it's still on schedule.
It's still on the schedule. I would like to check with them to verify they're not making, they don't need additional time to make changes. So
Gotcha.
it's, right now it's on the schedule, and I will certainly update you if that changes.
Okay, so the reason why I asked is that I know we had something that we had said in October about it going back to staff, but with the amount of questions that was still open from the majority of the board, it seemed like it's gonna come to us, only to go back to planning, when it probably should have went back to planning before it comes to us. Would that make sense? Oh, were you able to hear me?
Yes, I was just trying to process. I might need help from the attorney. I think it would come to you, and you would send it back to the Planning Board.
It just seems like it could have, we'll talk later.
Okay. All right, I'll move on. So I mentioned hanging out in the Development Review Command Center. So in our current Development Review queue, there are 9 annexations, 11 rezoning requests, 1 special use permit, 2 preliminary subdivision plats, 6 sets of construction documents, 7 site plans, and 9 final plats. And I've bolded the annexations and rezonings because those are the items that come in front of you. If all 9 or all 11 of the rezoning cases that are in the queue right now would be approved, that would bring over 2,200 new homes to Rolesville. So just
How
The
many of
number-
those are commercial or non-residential?
Oh, how many are the rezonings? I don't have my sheet in front of me. We have, there are commercial components in some of them, yes, like one that would be coming to you in January, one that you'll see tonight. And one rezoning is, that you'll see tonight has commercial.
So 2 of the 9?
2 or 3 of the,
11.
yes, 2 or 3 of the 11 have some commercial.
I would love to see that be half or more.
That would be exciting. That would be exciting. And during the month of October, 19 residential permits were issued. And the photograph on the right I took today at Preserve Jones Dairy South. There was a lot of activity going on there. And I got a kick out of the picture on the left. You can see our town manager pointing the way. So during the month of October, staff took their Friday lunch breaks, or Kelly led us on Friday lunch break walks. And the one we took this past Friday, we explored the result of good planning, and that is the Greenway at Carlton Point. We had a great time. It's a beautiful greenway. We have a lot of great greenways. So I recommend that walk if you haven't done it. And another picture from one of our town staff walks, more good planning, Chandler's Ridge. This is a picture taken from the future Chandler's Ridge Greenway route. So I thought you would enjoy the fall color to close out the planning department update.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Pictures. I like pictures.
Me too. Thank you.
Thank you, Meredith. Appreciate that. All right. I think I see the president of the chamber here. You filling in, I guess, for Rachel. So if you would, Terry, just introduce yourself and you give us your report. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Terry Simmons, and I'm the chair for the Rolesville Chamber of Commerce, and I am again filling in for Rachel this evening. Just want to kind of give you guys an update of what we've been doing. We've been busy. I think Rachel said I had about 3 minutes. So first of all, I just want to kind of touch a little bit on the finances regarding the MOU that you guys provide us. The only amount that we have remaining from our MOU ending June 2022 is about $800, which is reserved for some lunch and learns. We weren't able to do as many as we anticipated, so that money is going to be rolling over. So other than that, everything has been billed, and we have basically spent it. And so what have we spent it on? Like I said, we've been busy. Since we last talked, we had our annual dinner, which a lot of you guys had already attended, and that turned out very nice, and we're definitely looking forward to doing the event again next year. A couple of days after the annual dinner, we had the back-to-school event up in Wake Forest. We had it up at the factory, and we used that opportunity to kind of showcase some of our Wake Forest chamber members up there, and that was a very nice event. And the night Shop with the Cop, we're looking to kind of piggyback off of that. I haven't talked to you about it, but we're looking to possibly work and be able to provide some school supplies for kids going back to school around that time, because a lot of people, everybody's thinking about Christmas, and I'm sure there'll be a need for that again. So I'll get with you on that, okay? And then part of that, the annual dinner, we had the State of the Town address, which was presented by Mayor Curran. We had talked a little bit about the technology that we also provide for the talk or what's going on in Rolesville. So that's where your money is being spent for our technology. And then last, I think about a month ago, we had presented a special showcase of Chief Rodney Privet. We did a special one. We did some interviewing with, I think it was April and Kelly, and that was part of that. So that was, again, part of our technology. And it was our tribute for the chief. And then also for the Fall Fest, we participated in that. That was this past Saturday, which was great. We actually had a few of our members from the Launch Rolesville that came out and volunteered. And I had recommended to Rachel that possibly if there's some kind of way that we can incorporate for those that are attending that program, because it's completely free, that if there's some way that they can also give back to the Rolesville community. What I kind of see is some of them are coming in and getting all the knowledge, and it would just be nice to be able to bring that back to here if they have a storefront and have their business here in Rolesville. So that's something that we're hoping to kind of coordinate with Wake Tech, and hopefully we can get them to kind of do some volunteering in the area. Let's see. The Guide to Rolesville has finally went out. It went out in September, so hopefully most of the residents have received that. Everyone in the 27571 area code received one, and then we had some selected routes in the Wake Forest and Raleigh area. Let's see. We currently have our leadership program, our student or youth leadership program going on right now. We have about 20 students, which is more than what we've had last, last classes that we've had. There's about 15 kids from Rolesville, and then we have one from Thales, North Wake, St. Thomas, Heritage, and Franklin. So like I said, I have a nice round of people from all over the area this time. So class is definitely growing. Let's see. We have some upcoming events for our business after hours for November. I believe it's going to be held at Greenway, and the time is usually about 5:30, and that's going to be a collective effort with 3 businesses. 2 of the businesses, the Hatch Co-working and Premium Business Support, they were part of the Business Expo, and that's also when they also joined the chamber. So we're, continuing to, get new members here. So they're actually going to have, like I said, their business after hours in November, and I believe it's going to be at the Greenway, but we'll send some information on that as well. Let's see. Partner with some of the things that we are currently trying to work on is, as we continue to partner with local businesses, one of the things that we're looking to do is partner with the Rolesville Baptist Church, which we had our business expo there. We would like to try to do some type of Women's Day or Veteran Day event there, so we are continuing to try to partner with local businesses and, like I said, the church in this case, to see what different services that we can bring here to the area. We also, right now, we have the Launch Rolesville going on, and I can give you some kind of dates to be looking for. We have their pitch night is on November 30th, and their graduation is December 7th. So if you guys can be there, that'd be great. And also, I just wanted to mention for that pitch night, if there's any businesses or anyone that that are looking to probably invest, because that's probably a good way to, help these businesses get started, please invite them to that night, because that'd be a good time for them to hear what their businesses are doing. We've got a great, there's about 15 businesses in there, and there's a wide variety of businesses, from services to products. So it's a good, diverse group of people in this class this time. And we just recently sent out, actually yesterday, the election for the new board members. We have 2 seats that are up for election, and our nominees currently that went out to our chamber, and we'll be voting on that next Wednesday. So that's.
Jerry, where's the graduation going to be held for Launch Rolesville?
Where it's going to be held? At Arise co-working space. And let's see. And I think that is, my 3 minutes up? I think that is all I have on my agenda for, anybody have any questions for me?
I was just going to show I happen to have it with
Oh,
me.
great.
The guide to Roseville. Hopefully everyone got
And
one.
if anyone hasn't gotten one, you can certainly stop by the chamber
Chamber.
and pick one up as well.
Did a very good job on those.
Yeah, it looks
Really
great.
did. Very professional, did a
Looks really nice.
Yeah.
lot of work went in that.
Yeah, we are excited. Yeah, we're very excited, and most of the business owners that participate are very happy with it. So,
Very
And
good.
that lasts for 2 years, right?
no, it's actually 1 year.
Oh, I thought I was told it was going to be a 2-year thing, but okay.
You
that's
just
good.
hadn't done one in a while, I don't,
Yeah, it's been a minute, but yeah.
yeah, with COVID and everything else, but
Oh, I forgot about the how could I forget? The golf outing. We just had that last Thursday, and we didn't have as many teams as we normally have, but the golfers had a great time. They're definitely looking forward to coming back, and like I said, it was a good outing, a very beautiful day. If I knew how to golf, I would have been out there, but I was just kind of riding in the little cart. So
And walking across the greens.
okay. Yeah, okay. If I don't know if you saw my little video, but yes, unfortunately, I don't know a lot about golfing, but obviously I was not respecting the green, so. So,
Okay. Thank you, Terry. Thank you. Good report. And you guys got a lot going on, really do.
Yeah, and,
Big service to the
one
community.
more
So
thing, the Christmas party,
Okay.
or December, we have our Christmas party at Arise, December 9th. We're doing something a little bit different, probably gonna have some lip singing or karaoke going on, some games, and I'm encouraging people to dress up in their favorite Christmas PJs. So, I'm excited about that.
You know, you and Diane got
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank
Okay.
you, Terry.
I think I see Michael back there, Michael McFarland, Community and Economic Development Manager. Anything you want to give us update on, Michael?
Sure. Good evening, everyone, and just thanks again to Terry. And I know they're doing a lot of great things at the Chamber and the town, and the Chamber enjoy a really strong partnership. So good to see you tonight.
Or show us some commercial stuff. I think
Right.
that's what she was wanted to see there.
You guys don't want to see this fall picture again? Okay. I tried to think of a visual that might show some commercial activity. And, you know, so we all know about the larger projects underway in town, Walbrook, Cobblestone, the 3-story medical office building there at Redford Place that's going up, that's been built. And then, of course, Carolina Legacy Volleyball, that facility, you can drive by now and see construction there. But in addition, I just wanted to take a moment tonight to kind of refer to some other areas in town where commercial activity kind of is taking place. Smaller projects, definitely, but these points on the map here represent parcels, about 12 or so vacant lots. That's the pink. And then about 6 or 7 developed lots or existing structures. And this map kind of just represents areas where I've had conversations with real estate agents, potential buyers, prospective business owners, entrepreneurs looking for a place to move into or looking for a piece of land to buy. Again, I won't go into specifics tonight, just because some of these projects might end up coming to you later down the road. And right now, they're just kind of in that idea phase. We're having conversations, we're talking about it, and trying to find a fit for businesses in Rolesville. So apart from those other sort of big projects, I just wanted to kind of give everyone an idea of some of that other, conversation and meetings I'm having with, yes, potential buyers, real estate agents and such on these pieces here. So just to kind of give you an idea, I think there's one a little bit north of there too, up there. But
So the blues are potential,
the blues are already built, developed lots. So it might be somebody looking as a tenant to go into some existing
and those
space.
are ones you've had conversations on?
Yes.
Can you acclimate me right there? Where's that Rolesville? What does that say?
Okay, so
Where is
here,
that?
so this blue is the former Rolesville Furniture Store.
Okay, that's good.
And then you go down Main Street here, Rogers Road,
Okay. Thank you.
and down south here. Of course, this is our property that we own. The town owns this 6.5 acres right here. So,
Michael, just for clarity, I think, so, say a retirement facility, is that commercial?
I guess if it's a private entity running the retirement facility, perhaps. And if they pay taxes as a private entity, I don't know. I don't know if anybody might know.
Because it's not residential.
Right.
It's not, it's not residential.
Yeah,
And it is owned, commercially owned, so
right,
apartments is the same thing, yeah.
right. I think maybe if it's simply an over 55 community of single-family homes or townhomes, that's residential, but if if it's a certain type of retirement community run privately, I'd have to check on that for sure, though.
I know I've been some interest in kind of retirement places. Do they don't come to you then? If they,
No, sometimes, it's kind of more of a residential project, but it might go to planning. I don't know if planning department would know if would that be a residential or kind of a commercial tax base or not?
right,
I'll have to look into that.
gotcha.
And I just wanted to touch upon tonight also, you heard from Michael Haley at the dinner last Tuesday with the other northeastern communities in the northeastern part of the county about the site identification program that they're starting. And Michael kind of mentioned the importance of having what he called land product or shovel-ready sites in the communities. And that can be marketed to prospective developers and companies looking to locate in the county. This program, the goal is to kind of find the best industrial site in each of the 12 municipalities. And the process involves working with us, working with each community from the beginning to ensure that this site aligns with the town's goals and our target sector opportunities. So we're participating in this project, and let me hand out kind of a one-pager summary. And you've seen this before in a previous update, but that kind of gives a program description of the site identification program. And we've scheduled a kickoff meeting for later this month to start conversations, interestingly, with Crystal Morphus of Creative Economic Development out of Elkin, North Carolina. She was part of the consultant team that helped us with the commercial growth feasibility study last year. You might remember her. So I think this will be a nice follow-up activity for the town. When we did the commercial growth feasibility study, we looked at about 1,100 acres, about 25 parcels kind of south of the bypass. And I think what this program will give us an opportunity to do is really hone in and narrow our focus and start to pick one or two key priority sites that we really think makes the best candidate for future industrial or even, in our business and technology park zoning classification. So one of the deliverables will be that they recommend a priority site for us and provide some next steps and recommendations on how to move forward. Ms. Morphus will either make a presentation to the board in a few months or provide information to the Wake County Economic Development to come here and give us a presentation on their findings and things like that. So more to come. It's about a 3-month process, and we're just starting that. We're meeting sort of at the end of November. So it might be towards the end of January, into February, where we wrap that up. And one last thing, I just wanted to remind everyone of our list of available buildings and sites webpage on our website, and I'll pull that up here. This is on our webpage, our website. If you just go to the home page and hover your mouse over at the business section and then scroll down, and you can see available buildings and sites here. As prospective business owners and entrepreneurs call and ask about, again, available land for sale, space for lease in town, I refer them to this list. It might not be exhaustive in real time, but I try my best to kind of keep it up to date as land or retail space goes on the market. So please feel free to use this as a resource as well, or have people call me as well, and I can help them through the process as they're looking for available either land or space for lease in Rolesville. So just another resource out there. And that's it for my report tonight. And I can answer any questions as well.
I do have one question. So when retail space becomes available, does the landlord call you and let you know? Do you have that relationship with them like that, or are you riding around and finding that they're vacant?
It's a little bit of both. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And I'm periodically talking to real estate agents that might be representing the property, and they'll call as well, or I'll call them, or meet occasionally with them. Kind of all of the above. Yep.
Thank you.
I thought it was interesting, though, when Michael Haley came from, did I say his name right this time? I keep calling him Michael Ely. Michael Haley. He talked about the desire for life sciences areas. And so we really need to think about that study and where we will want to have life sciences and get that designated, because that seems to be very popular in Wake County, and they're popping up in different areas. I think Garner is getting one, and several in Holly Springs, I want to say. But just thinking about, we have a lot of technology here, but now life sciences has really come to the Triangle. And what he stressed to us was it wasn't just, what they do is they drive people to any area of the Triangle, not just to Raleigh, not just to Cary, whoever has that site ready to go. So we're on that list, so we have to be prepared when those folks come so that we can create jobs here in Rolesville. But I thought that was a good point on how that's changing, because, you know, folks know the Triangle for tech, but life sciences is really, really starting to play a role here.
Right.
Actually, we had a conversation with the planning board, I think it was a couple of months ago, and someone came and talked about the same thing.
It's big.
Yeah.
It's big, and it's big. It's a big employer with a lot of high-paying jobs.
Right. And I think Michael Haley also mentioned how we're competing not just with other towns or areas in the United States, but just globally. We're, you know,
Yeah,
internationally,
international.
people know about Research Triangle Park, and we're a part of that. Rolesville's a part of that, so.
Yes. Good update.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Michael.
All in your business.
Appreciate that. All right. Now we get into the part of the meeting where we will see if there's any public to be heard. No one signed up. We do have a public hearing coming up, so
There's an extra.
maybe we'll have some speakers for that. I don't see anybody wanting to speak.
We have two people here. Are they speaking later?
I guess they didn't sign up. Anybody that wanted to speak the 3 minutes that didn't sign up, or everybody waiting for the other good stuff coming up? Good stuff. Okay.
The case.
I got you. Next thing on the item on the agenda is the consent, approving the consent agenda. There's 8 items on there. I would like to have the proclamation read out. Are you going to do that, Commissioner Austin? So Commissioner Austin is going to read the proclamation for supporting the operation of green lights. He mentioned that earlier. It's coming up next week, and we do have a proclamation for that, so.
Yes, sir, thank you. Proclamation of the Town of Rolesville, supporting Operation Green Light for veterans. Whereas the residents of Rolesville, North Carolina, have great respect and the utmost gratitude for all men and women who have selflessly served our country and this community in the armed forces, and whereas the contribution and sacrifice of the men and women who serve in the armed forces have been vital in maintaining the freedoms and the way of life enjoyed by our citizens, and whereas Rolesville seeks to honor those individuals who have paid the high price for freedom by placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all, and whereas veterans continue to serve our community in the American Legion, the DAV, the Wounded Warrior Project, Veteran of Foreign Wars, religious groups, civil services, and by functioning as county veteran service officer in 29 states to help fellow former service members access more than $52 billion in federal health, disability, and compensation benefits each year. And whereas approximately 200,000 service members transition to civilians communities annually, and whereas an estimated 20% increase of service members will transition to civilian life in the near future. And whereas studies indicate that 44 to 72% of service members experience high levels of stress during transition from military to civilian life. And whereas active military service members transitioning from military service are at a high risk for suicide, which is really 22 daily, during their first year after serving in the military. And whereas the National Association of Counties encourage all counties, parishes, and boroughs to recognize Operation Greenlight for veterans, and whereas Rolesville appreciates the sacrifices of our United States military personnel and believes specific recognition should be granted. Therefore, be it as now, therefore, be it resolved with designation, as Operation Greenlight for Veterans Town, the town of Rolesville hereby declares from November 7, 2022 through Veterans Day, November 11, 2022, a time to salute and honor the service and sacrifice of our men and women in uniform transitioning from active service. Therefore, be it further resolved that in observance of Operation Greenlight, Rolesville encouraged its citizens in patriotic tradition to recognize the importance of honoring all those who made the immeasurable sacrifices to preserve freedom by displaying a green light in a window for their place of business or residence, dated the first day of November, signed by our very own Mayor, Ronnie Ickern.
Thank you, Commissioner Austin.
And
Great.
also, sir, would like to recognize and thank you, Commander Lopez and Senior Chief Vargas, for being here tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming out. Appreciate your service. You're not a veteran yet, but appreciate your service that you're doing actively now, so thanks very much for that. Is any other veterans in the room that served anything? All right, good. George?
And can I add, I love our veterans. Thank you all for serving all your service. I'm not just giving a plug, but I'm a military spouse, and I know April is as well. But, you know, families serve as well, because you go through deployments and all of those different things. So I also want to recognize any spouses or family members that are here. You're praying for those members. So just keep the military family in your thoughts and prayers, always.
Yep, and some of us have kids that serve, and
Yes.
I know Robin's got a son that's
Yes.
still active, I think, right?
And my son is serving now in the Navy.
My son's active too, yes.
So just thanks all of you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it for all you do, protecting and serving our country, for sure. Okay, so we got the proclamation and other consent agenda items. Do I have a motion?
I have a question on the consent. I don't see it in the packet. Michelle mentioned it earlier, the advisory board candidate selection.
It's number 7.
What was that?
It's number 7.
Right, but was it something in the packet because it's on the consent agenda? I didn't see anything.
I didn't see that.
So I
What
just
number-
wasn't
what number
clear.
is it?
Number 7 on
7 on
consent.
that. Remember she had updated it? I don't know if that was an update or not, but
It's not a memo, it's just an opportunity for the mayor to make the selections for those committees.
Yeah, and typically, I'm not changing the selections for that. You know, what was it? You did the planning board, Parks and Rec board, and I think first of the year when we started, we said that Commissioner Austin would back up those boards.
Yes.
You remember, he was backing them up. So if he can't help you doing your selections, kind of let me know. But
Okay.
that's kind of way.
but this one is going to include the one that's going on the board to fill in the spot that we have open.
We'll come to that one.
Right.
This is
So-
more
Right, the committee.
officially putting a committee together to do
Okay.
next year.
I just needed clarity. I didn't see it in the
Yeah.
packet, so I
This is
didn't know
more
if
for
there was something.
23, I think.
Perfect. I'm
And
good
we'll,
then.
we'll let Michelle do the one that's a vacant one
That's
coming
right.
up.
To be done.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Good question, though. Yeah, I was kind of confused too about that a little bit. Got two things going on. So, any other thoughts, questions? If not, I entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda as
Okay.
presented.
Got a motion to approve, second?
I'll second.
I
Say Paul said it.
Well, I say
Give it to Paul.
We'll give it to Commissioner Vogel on that. So got a motion to approve and a second. Is any other discussion? Not all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing any. Thank you, board. Appreciate that. And, you know, quite a few items that we just approved there. All for the benefit of the public, you know, all these items more or less go through our work sessions. That's the third meeting of the month, and we do a lot of discussion and stuff in there on just about everything that we approve. So with that, next item, we get into some board actions. The first one is financial statement presentation. I see Amy coming up, so anything to do with financial and spending, Amy, it's all yours.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Amy Stevens, Finance Director. Every year, the town does seek out the assistance of an accounting firm to help prepare financial statements and perform an annual audit. So this evening, I'm really just here to introduce to you April Adams with Cherry Becker. She represents the firm that has performed these accounting services for us for the last couple of years. And she's here tonight to present to you the statements and the results of the audit. So with that, April, let's see if we can pull up your.
Have my glasses just in case I need them. All right, so I am excited to be here tonight to deliver the results of the June 30th, 2022 audit. So first up, we do work for you, the board. I did have a team. They didn't come with me tonight, but I did have a team working with me on the audit. I'm the engagement partner, so that means I am responsible for the audit. I sign the report on behalf of the firm, and I oversee the audit plan and all the work that happens. Our audit firm does require every audit that goes out the door to be reviewed by another partner, and so Scott Anderson served in that role for this year, and then Albert Ong served as the returning manager on the engagement. I think this is the third year that he's been on the team with us. What I'd like to cover with you tonight is, of course, the results of the audit itself. I do want to talk about how we report on internal controls as a part of our audit. I'd like to go over some adjusting journal entries, and then I have a whole bunch of slides of required communications. So in the past, we have provided with you, with the financial statements themselves, an additional letter of required communications. And we as a firm has decided that we are now just going to present those results and save you the letter. And so I'll run through that. There's a whole bunch of them. I'll run through them as fast as I can. And then I've got some other matters that talk about independence and how we consider that. And then just briefly cover some additional new reporting standards that are coming out in the future. All right, so the results of the audit. So we did finish the audit. We issued it yesterday, so it's dated October 31st, 2022. And we have issued an unmodified opinion on the financial statements, and that's also known as what we call a clean opinion. And so that is the highest level of assurance that we can give you as a firm that your financial statements are free from material misstatement. We also issued what we call a yellow book opinion, and I'll go over what that covers as far as it comes to internal controls on the next couple slides. All right, so internal controls. We don't actually issue an opinion on internal controls, but we are required to do a lot of work during our audit, looking at internal controls, reviewing internal controls, testing internal controls. And so from all that work, we are required to report if there are any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. And so that's what all the wording on this slide is saying. There's two different kinds of internal control findings, a material weakness and a significant deficiency. We did not note any material weaknesses as a part of our audit, but we did identify one significant deficiency. What that has to do with is there was an expenditure line within the general fund that showed that expenses were more than what was budgeted for that line. This happened as a result of some changing of how the planned use of that, or how that capital expenditure was going to be paid for with what funding, and that changed back and forth with the ARPA during the course of the year, and as it ended out at the end, you didn't use the ARPA money for it, so it went back to the general fund. And so while you guys were well aware of the capital expenditure, it just didn't in the financial reporting world get set right and get a budget amendment in front of you before year end. So it's just one of those one-off things that happen, but it does require us to report it to you as a board and call it a significant deficiency. As far as corrected and uncorrected misstatements, that's also known as adjusting journal entries that are identified during the audit. So once the trial balance is provided to us to start the audit, any entries that happen after that, we're required to report those to you as long as they are not completely minimal. There's a certain thresholds that we follow for that. So we did identify two entries that were made after we started our audit. One is related to correcting cash and AP. So while we were looking at the reconciliations for the cash accounts, we realized that there were some reconciling items in there that really were accounts payable and should be recorded in the current year, or in the next year, not in the current year. And then we also had a reclassifying journal entry, which basically just says, okay, this cash is cash and this cash is restricted cash. So we just corrected that, as we noted during our audit. And then these are just the details of the dollar amounts related to those two entries. All right, so the next slides that I'm going to go over are all the required communications. I'm going to go through them as quick as I can because they are just noting things that we're required to report to you as a part of the audit, but nothing of concern. So the first one talks about if we had any new accounting standards or new significant changes in accounting policies. In the current year, we did implement, or the town did implement GASB 87, which pertains to the lease accounting that's new. What it requires is you to take any, what would have been operating leases and report those as assets to be used, as well as the total amount of obligations, the lease payments that you have over. We just capitalized and kind of grossed up the balance sheet, one asset and one liability to offset each other for those leases. We are required to report to you if we are aware of any significant related party transactions that happen throughout the year. We are not aware of any, so that's what this slide is telling you. We're also required to report to you any significant unusual transactions that might have happened during the year. We're not aware of any. As far as significant estimates, we're required to identify those to you and make you aware that they exist within the financial statement. They are management's best judgment of what that estimate is as of June 30th. We do audit them, but we are just calling them out to you. So it's the depreciable lives that are used to record depreciation against each of your fixed assets, your pension liabilities, your other post-employment benefit liabilities, the accrued vacation or accrued compensation. And then lastly, with those leases that we added on, there's an estimates related to the interest rate that's used in coming up with that estimate value of the asset. All of your financial statement disclosures are neutral, consistent, and clear, and easy to understand. Nothing special there. As far as independence, we are required to maintain independence from the town throughout our entire audit. We are required to document and consider that independence in conjunction with any non-attest services that we provide. We do draft the financial statements from the trial balance and from information that Amy provides to us. And so we make sure that there is a skilled knowledge and has someone that has the skills, knowledge, and expertise to take responsibility for that work from the town. And we feel that Amy can fill that role to allow us to maintain our independence. And so that's that. All right, some more required communications. So there were no difficulties encountered during our audit. Everything that we asked for was provided from Amy and her team, and thank you for that. It makes the audit go smooth when we get everything we need as we need it. There were no disagreements with management during the course of our audit. We did not consult any other auditors as a part of our audit for anything special that we might have needed some expertise on. Management did provide us and signed a management rep letter indicating that everything that they told us was full and complete. We're not aware that management consulted any other accountants or audit firms as a result of conducting the audit. There were no other findings or issues noted during our audit, no fraud or illegal acts, and we do believe that the town will be still in operations a year from now, so no going concern. Other matters, so as a part of our audit, there are these statements in that big document in front of you. There's some financial statements up front that we call the basic financial statements. Behind the footnotes are some additional information. One is what we call the required supplementary information, as well as the MD&A. We don't actually opine on that information. What we do is we verify that it doesn't contradict what's in your financial statements, but it's just information that's existed in that document, but we don't cover in our opinion. And then there's a bunch of schedules in the back that do tie up to the front that we do basically give what we call an in relation to opinion. So based on our audit of the basic financial statements, we're able to also opine on those schedules in the back. All right, and lastly, the upcoming financial reporting. I'm sure, I don't know that you guys hear that much about the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, but they have been busy with lots of new reporting requirements coming down the line. I've highlighted 4 of them here, just things to keep on the radar. The biggest one I think that will be impactful next year is the GASB 96 for the subscription-based technology arrangements. That is just like the leases, if you think about leasing software and those types of things. And so we'll take a look at all those kind of arrangements that are happening and get those added to your financial statements for next year. Also coming down the line is the compensated absences. This is where you have sick leave for your employees that's currently not reported as a liability, and they're asking you to take a look at that and make some estimates on how likely that sick leave will be used, and then report that as a liability. So those are the 2, I think, that'll be the most impactful to the town coming up.
Can you go back, April?
Yeah.
Is it April? Did I say your
Yeah.
name wrong? Anyway.
Amy, April, it gets hard when there's
A lot of A's.
a lot of A's.
But I know you.
Yeah.
On the 94, it said public-private and public-private partnerships. What does that mean?
So that has to do with like when you, and this could come up, it's entity by entity and transaction by transaction. So if you are working, you could be working with another government to create some kind of, it might be a parking deck, or it could be, a community center, who knows? I mean, it could be a water line, or if you were working with a developer. So you might need to start, you would just, as those transactions come up, you'd have to look at what it is and then follow the guidance for those.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Any other questions for April?
Thank
No,
you.
sir. Thank you.
Cool.
God bless you.
That was
All
fast.
those numbers.
Good job.
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
Good job. Good report. Thank you. Amy, anything closing you want to say to the board? Anything?
No, just thanks to April and to Albert. Appreciate the assistance they have given me to help prepare the material they need.
And what's our next step?
So,
Do we have a next step? What do we have to do? Anything?
no, once it's presented, you have the documents for you there. I'll get those posted out on the website the next day or so. So they're available for the public, along with all the historical ones as well.
So is this audit used to determine our rating? Which audit, what did you do to determine a rating? Do you do that, April?
So, yeah.
I mean,
so
do you provide the documentation to do it?
the-
Okay, that's what they use. it
Right,
for.
and at this
Okay.
time, the town does not have a bond rating.
Right, okay.
Thank you. Good job. And April, it's too many A's in the room. And Amy, I just want to say you do a great job in your job. Naturally, the audit shows that. You work very hard and appreciate all you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we like the pictures when you're painting those financial pictures with pictures. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Okay, moving along. Now we may get to the fun stuff. I see Michael's coming up anyway. So first one is a legislative hearing for a map amendment, MA 22-07 at 503 South Main Street. And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and open the hearing. And Michael, if you want to give a staff introduction at this time.
Yeah, pardon me, let me get to the right page.
I guess the benefit for everybody in the room while you're getting set up, Michael, a map amendment, we're not actually approving anything to go there other than amending the map that somebody can bring in something that fits our approval. Is that correct way to sum that up?
That is correct, sir. You stole my thunder.
Okay.
I'll hit it again myself. So, thank you, sir, and members of the board. Mike Elleberger, Senior Planner in the Planning Department. This is map amendment 2207 for the property at 503 South Main Street. This is a rezoning, a general district rezoning from the current RL, residential low, and RNPUD, which is a harbinger to the old UDO, to a proposed district of general commercial. And again, this rezoning would be to a district under the new land development ordinance. Quick vicinity here, this is a big aerial picture here showing South Main Street. Those properties at the corner of South Main and Wall Creek Drive. It is currently a vacant property. There was a garage building demolished just a few months ago, if you noticed that. Zooming in a little bit here on the property, again, a recent aerial photograph shows the property boundaries, Wall Creek Drive right here, and of course Main Street, and some of the known existing developments and businesses nearby. So this is a picture of what the existing zoning of the property is. The red or orangey all around it, that is general commercial in either a conditional or a standard zoning district. And then this property was split zoned or is split zoned. The RL is this orange here, and there's a weird configuration of the R and PUD, which again is a district that only lives in the Unified Development Ordinance. Research found that older property lines match these zoning district lines, so that's, staff believes that those are as old as old property lines. So very old reason for the way that that property is split zoned in those configurations there.
Was it part of a bigger piece, though? Like, was there a road that came and cut through it?
I do not know the answer as to exactly why those property lines were at very odd angles and so forth, as you see, but those lines match up an old survey that I observed that we believe is why the zoning boundaries were that way. And of course, the RL is a translation from an older zoning district under the UDO that was replicated and renamed with the adoption of the LDO, but that R and PUD zoning district still only exists in the UDO. Future land use map, looking at this corridor, again, all of that red is the classification of commercial. So you can see most of the properties adjacent to it. The orange down there would be your medium density residential, and that is the Wall Creek residential subdivision, which again is zoned that R and PUD district, which again only lives under the UDO. The Main Street Vision Plan has several tenets here that explain basically, seeking quality development, redevelopment. Of course, this would be a redevelopment site, trying to reestablish a town center, and respecting and retaining that small town feel. So those are some of the points made in the Main Street Vision Plan. Quick slide just about transportation and traffic. This is an excerpt from the LAP project for the improvements to be made to Main Street. Just to show you, there in this vicinity, there's just a few improvements in that project, some sidewalk and curb improvements here at the corner with Wall Creek and Main, et cetera. But this just gives you an idea of where this property sits within that large project, which you may be familiar with. The commercial zoning, or general commercial zoning district is LDO section 3.2.1. I've got some slides following here detailing all of the permitted and special uses that are permitted in that. And then here are listed some of those basic development standards: a maximum building height of 35 feet, general building setbacks, and of course there's requirements for parking, buffering, landscaping based on that specific use that might come in. Here's slide 1 of the 37 permitted uses. I've broken them down just like the LDO does into general categories: civic type uses, commercial type uses. And those two, by the way, are the predominant listing of uses as you might envision for the general commercial zoning district. There is one residential use type permitted. It's upper story residential, so second or above floors can be residential units, but not first floor of a multi-tenant building, for instance. Various office and medical uses, as you would expect: dental, medical, professional office. One industrial, artisanal manufacturing. We can discuss that later if you want to. And then several infrastructure type of uses. Basically, those would be like government type infrastructures, major stormwater ponds, a water storage tank, things of that nature. And then this table here is the 8 uses that would require a special use permit by an applicant to bring forth to the town board to ask that special permission to pull off any of these particular uses. Again, you see colleges, lodging, a hospital, and frankly, most of these uses would require far more than the 1.8 acres that this property is, so it's unlikely that any of these would ever be sought here. When this went to the planning board about 5 weeks ago, the planning board provided a unanimous recommendation of approval to the town board of this. Staff's recommendation, 3 bullet points here. Staff finds that this is General commercial is the predominant zoning district along Main Street. The board has observed and approved several recent rezonings to general commercial on the Main Street corridor. It aligns with the Main Street Vision Plan and some of those basic principles and goals, and staff's overall recommendation is approval of this rezoning to the general commercial district. The applicant and property owner is here tonight, and a civil engineer representing them. And I will again hit on that point that the mayor made. This is a request for the general commercial zoning district, standalone. There's no conditions here. There's no concept plan. There's no project being considered by the board or would be approved by the board. It would follow all of the development eventual development would follow all of the development standards in the LDO. So again, if you'd like to look over again those permitted uses as we get in the conversation, I can bring those up on the screen. So the applicant is here to basically answer any questions. They don't have a presentation prepared.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for staff? No questions on your introductory? I will allow you to do any introductory that you want to do. Do you have anything you want to add to what the staff added?
Speak? Introduce yourself.
I'm Alan Massey with the.
You have to come up, state your name and address for the record, please.
Alan Massey, 5020 Curvature Lane, Raleigh, really close to Rolesville, just down the road here. But basically don't really have much to add. Michael pretty much covered everything. It's a split zoning now, which is, and some of that is past type zoning, and this sort of cleans it up for us and allows us to move forward with something in the general commercial use.
Right. Appreciate that. If you don't have anything else to add, I think Michael did a good job. I do know there's a big tree there that comes up from time to time.
Oh, yeah.
But we would have to address that when you come back,
Wasn't
I
even gonna say
guess,
anything
but,
about that.
you know.
We're kind of attached to that tree ourselves. so
Okay, that's,
When the property's developed, we will do everything we can to.
yeah. And we're
Try to
not talking
preserve
about that
that.
tonight, but just want to, give you a warning on that, I guess. you know. It's one of the biggest trees in town, I guess.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, nice oak.
That was a lot for the Christmas trees too, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. That's it.
Are you the sole owner of the property?
I have partners.
Partners. Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate that.
Board, thank you.
Anything else, Michael?
I would just add, there are no sign-up members to speak on this item, though if anyone in the crowd,
Okay.
I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Well, I'll have to ask anyway. So, any comments from anybody in the public that's in favor? This is your opportunity. 3-minute comment. Anybody in the public comments that is in opposition? Come up. I know you, Ms. Hood, but if you would, state your name, record.
My name is Linda Hood. I live at 105 Wall Creek Drive. For clarification, I'm not up here to rebut anything, but I just wanted to give some feedback on being a resident in Wall Creek. And I don't normally do this, but I wanted to make sure I hit my point, so if I can just read
Yeah,
what I thought
sure.
about today, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
We moved to Wall Creek 26 years ago and think Rolesville has been a wonderful place to live. I understand that change is inevitable, but change doesn't have to continue to impact the quality of lives of our subdivision. I want to set the stage for you briefly as to why we're a little skeptical regarding the rezoning and its impact on the Wall Creek subdivision. I realize my comments may not have any impact, but if I don't share them, then I have no right to complain about whatever decision is made. It's kind of like voting. If you don't vote, you shouldn't complain about who's elected, right? Admittedly, we are skeptical about the storage units being built directly behind our home, and they are directly behind my home. But we are glad that they are there, believe it or not, because they have not impacted the quality of our lives or our neighbors' lives. Storage units are great neighbors. And we liked having them back there. As a matter of fact, we wish they went all the way around. We're pleased to have the attorney in the house at the entrance to our subdivision. They're great neighbors as well. They don't impact our lives negatively at all. We were fine with having the wine bar at the other house close by when they first opened. Their patrons were quiet and respectful, and the business did not infringe on our quality of life. After a short while, they decided to expand and have outdoor seating and outdoor entertainment. And when this happens, we can't enjoy our own back porch and sit outside because the music and the patrons are so loud when they're doing karaoke or having cornhole board tosses. And we want people to have fun, but you got to think about the neighbors are there and be respectful of our privacy as well. I don't know if Mr. Austin hears them or not, but I know that they're in our subdivision. And this, based on and comments from a previous town meeting, this happened because there were not specific language in the request and approval process regarding expansion or noise control so as not to disturb the peace. Apparently that was neglected when this was approved, and there was not enough, I guess you could say, forethought to realize that a bar is going to be loud, and people didn't think about the fact that they were going to expand. Not finding fault, just making a point here. Rolesville's growing so fast and furious, and there's obviously a lot of work, time, and energy that goes into details of planning the future of Rolesville. I hope the mayor, town commissioners, and the staff of Rolesville are careful to think about what is best for our current citizens as well as future citizens. After all, without we past and current citizens, there wouldn't be a Rolesville. You've heard the saying, a church isn't a building, it's the people. The town of Rolesville is not only a town, it's made up of the people that live here. In summary, my concerns are that rezoning the property allows Rolesville to get something on the property that adds, what I would like to see is Rolesville get something on the property that adds to the beauty of Rolesville and enhances what people see as they enter our little town, and that due diligence is done to ensure that developers build something that enhances our little piece of heaven. I'm not objecting to what Mr. Massey wants to do or what anybody wants to do. What I'm asking the town to consider is that as you look at you're driving into Rolesville, and one of the first things people see when they come into Rolesville is the car lot with all of the cars and things out front. And then you drive on up next, and as you start entering the actual town of Rolesville, you see a pretty little town, and we're working hard to improve the downtown area of the town. I'd like to see that include the entrance to our subdivision and not change it so much that you've changed the quality of the lives of the people that live in Rolesville or live in Wall Creek as well. Some of the people in the planning board have been very kind to talk to me to try to explain what's going on, and I appreciate that. But I also would appreciate the commissioners and the planning board and other people considering how some of this stuff impacts those of us who live in this area. We've been there for 26 years. We've seen a lot. So I appreciate your time and appreciate your listening, but I do hope that you'll consider how this impacts the entrance to the town. Does anybody have any questions of me?
Thank you, Ms. Hood. Appreciate that. Appreciate you coming out. Thank you very much. Anybody else want to speak? Okay. Any questions from the board before I close the public hearing? Any questions? Michael, anything from you before I close? Okay, I'm gonna close the public hearing and kind of leave this to decision of the board. I think, like I said, introduction, and Michael said, this is a rezoning that we just need to be mindful of Ms. Hood and her concerns about the future. And I think the people asking for the rezoning has heard very clear kind of some of the expectations that when they if they should bring it back, I guess you could sell it and not bring it back, but whoever brings it back will have those considerations in mind. But come back up. I'll entertain a question.
That was a question that I had today, and thank you for saying that. I know you didn't intend to spark this in me, but anyway, this is zoned commercial, and we know now that there's a plan on the table, a proposed plan for what Mr. Massey would like to do there. Okay, suppose Mr. Massey says, you know what, I'm backing out of this deal, I don't want to do this anymore. Then does that opens the door for somebody else to come in and say, hey, we want to build a car wash, or we want to have a bar there, we want to have, so that's something else to consider is what happens down the road and in the future when this is zoned commercial.
Yeah.
Does that have to be looked at again, or?
Thank you. We'll get you that question answered. Michael, you want to take a stab at that, or I can take a stab at either one?
Sure. So the request tonight is to change the zoning to the general commercial by right or standard district. So again, no conditions, limiting it in any way, no project connected to it. So whomever owns the property in the future has the right to submit a site development plan and propose a development for any of the uses listed in those tables and following the LDO's development standards, building height, setbacks, parking requirements, buffers, landscaping, et cetera. All of that is on the table in the future. Yes, there is a site development plan under review, has been for two cycles or rounds of review currently. It's part of the public record, but that is not yet approved. And correct, that might not ever be the development that occurs on this property. Right now, it's the applicant, property owners, test to see if that project can be planned, designed, and approved. If so, they may build that. Even approved plans sometimes never get built. People can lose financing, et cetera, et cetera. So we do not know exactly what's going to come onto this property, but if the property gets zoned to GC, general commercial, again, any of those uses would be permitted, and then the development standards are clearly laid out in the LDO as to how that would be.
So technically, there is something proposed, but not approved.
Correct, ma'am. There's an application for a site plan for development of the property. It's a two-story mixed-use building.
Yeah, and it's out on the website, I think.
That is correct.
Oh,
It's
But
on
I
the
just
town
felt like
website.
earlier it said there was nothing proposed.
Yeah.
Tonight, just for zoning.
Yeah,
tonight.
just for-
Right, for zoning, I get that for tonight, but really, there is something.
But Michael, I just want to make sure everybody's clear. When you say it's proposed and, we zone it to propose these different uses, you just don't approve it. It comes back to the board. The board has to approve everything legislatively
question.
with public hearings. So if the proposal changes from what some people have seen on the website and stuff like that, it has to come back to the board and everybody gets their input in it. Is that correct?
No, sir.
No?
The site plan process is administrative.
Okay.
So again, any of the uses permitted in general commercial district would be permitted, and the site plan would have to demonstrate compliance with all of those LDO standards. And there's some DOT requirements because of Main Street. All the typical development requirements would be required, have to be demonstrate compliance, but it's an administrative staff level approval at that point. So
Okay.
there would not be a public hearing for any use except those 8 special use permit uses. They would have to come back and they would have to show you a plan. So only if one of those 8 would be proposed in the future, they would come back to this board. Otherwise, all the development processes after this point are administrative.
Okay, well, thank you for clearing that up. So, board, you are actually, it's like any other commercial piece of property in town.
Well, it's a big difference from the past way that the town did most of development. Under the UDO, almost every eventual or future application, site plan, preliminary subdivision plat, always had to come back to this board. One of those quasi-judicial hearings would be held, and the board would approve those. Again, I think most of them would be approved due to the nature of the quasi-judicial hearings and the findings of facts. The LDO is different. It removed some of those processes, streamlined the development process, made them administrative. So really, changing of zoning is the time that the board makes the major decision, a policy decision on land development. After that, the LDO controls.
So, Dave, we can't connect any site plan to this process, can we?
The applicant chose to submit this as a general zoning case, so there's no conditions that the board can approve. It's a straight up-down vote on the proposal.
Gotcha. But I guess you could if they chose to.
And can we move for a
The applicant
continuance to get
could
both?
have submitted it as a conditional zoning case,
Right.
but did not.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
But can we move to continue it to get both? Because I don't like this, doesn't feel right.
The applicant can't change they would have to resubmit for a conditional zoning case.
Correct, along with their site plan, is what I'm trying to say.
Because there is something coming behind
Right,
this.
if you've got an idea.
And you're right, it may not get approved, but I feel like when you say that they're just doing it for the zoning change, no, there's really something else behind it as well. And it may not be approved, but there is something there.
As to the matter that you have today, there's nothing that you can do to tie the site plan to the zoning case, because this is clear, this is just an assign the letters to that piece of land sort of question. So you could vote to deny, right? And the applicant could decide what he or she wanted to do in the future. But you only have yes and no today. And if you continue tomorrow, you'll just have yes and no.
So I do have another question. And I may be getting the two of them confused, but we had a case a couple of months ago where there were certain things not permitted, but this one, I don't see that. I mean, I see all types of opportunities for that lot, but that one was specific on certain things, like, for example, and I'm not saying it's for this here particular piece of property, but like no tattoo parlor, no daycare.
That was what the
That was
conditions he just described.
That was a circumstance where the property owner submitted a conditional zoning case. So there were conditions attached to the rezoning application.
So planning had nothing to do with those particular items that were listed.
I don't know whether planning suggested some of those items, but those items are conditions that only go with conditional zoning. This is a general zoning.
Gotcha, all right, I missed, you said it twice too, okay.
I like
All right,
conditional
thank you.
zoning better.
All right, okay, thank you for clarifying.
And I just want to highlight too, because I like to think of things more comprehensively. I know we're talking about this particular property, but there is a whole Main Street development project that's in the works. And I think sometimes we lose sight of that because we haven't seen it actually take place yet. But part of that point, a part of that effort is to slow down traffic, make Main Street more walkable, make it more citizen-friendly or resident-friendly. So think of that in addition to what you may see on Main Street now. There'll be some, what do you call the stuff, the medians, there'll be some planters. So it's gonna look totally different. In about 2 years, it's gonna look different. But our goal is to slow traffic down on Main Street. So when you're out there walking, you're not worried about cars going, hopefully they're not going 45 now, but slowing them down versus speeding them up. So that should help the overall look of Main Street. And that is from, y'all remind me, from Young Street, or is it further down?
Young Street,
Young Street to
Jonesville.
Road. So try to imagine that. I know it's hard to see, like we don't have the model home to show you, but that we're also working on that as well.
Okay, I do have one question for you, Attorney. So will you pull back up those allowed?
Use tables, sure.
Yes. So right here, so he has submitted for rezoning. Can we make it conditional and say we'll rezone it as long as there's not a, whatever's on this
Like
list?
a bar, a
A
nightclub?
bar or a parking lot or a car wash there?
You cannot. General zonings are just the letters without conditions. It
Okay.
applies the LDO as written. And they are simple cases. And this is the challenges you are having is why the vast majority of cases come forward as conditional cases.
Yeah, conditional zoning
So-
gives us those options.
I lost my question.
I just feel
Sorry.
like when you have that conditional, you can help control, and I say this without the town overstepping, but you won't have the issues that we keep hearing the complaints about Greenway, you know, being right there against that residential neighborhood. And maybe we wouldn't have these issues if there was something that could be done prior, but I don't know.
But today it's a yes or a no on this proposed zoning. Is that correct, Attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just want to clarify my vote. Thank you.
So there's opportunities for other type of zonings for this property as well, then, correct?
A property owner can submit any application they wish. A property owner submits a rezoning request in the same nature as submitting any other request to change the land development ordinance. They're saying the way the law currently is not the best, and I hope you agree with me. And then you vote yes or no.
Okay, I understand what's on the table. Can I ask one more question just for clarification
Yep.
about conditional?
'Cause I have a question.
So if it was conditional and it was stated these things would not be built on that. If he decided not to build this and someone else came behind him and the land was already zoned commercial with conditions, those conditions would apply to that new person as well, correct?
Correct. The law runs with the land.
Okay.
Said that a million times. But in the past, not tonight. And we're probably going to ask you again, so. All right.
Any other questions by the board? Okay. Would the board, I'll start with Commissioner Austin down there. Any, you got your one comment to make? Anything before we?
No, sir.
Sir? Sir, sorry, I was conferring with the applicant. Staff and the applicant did discuss the possibility that a conditional zoning district may be the best route.
That was going to be my question.
Staff has come up with some list of conditions that, well, really a prohibited use list. I don't know if the applicant would like to come up tonight and maybe speak to you about that.
That would be nice.
Again, I don't know if this plays into action this evening, because that's not what the hearing was advertised for, but.
You can't do that.
Okay.
You have to resubmit a permit.
Correct. It would go through the application process as a new application for a new zoning district.
Gotcha.
So then what do we have to do, table this or deny this?
Move to table.
It's the applicant's application. If the applicant does not want to vote, the applicant could withdraw his or her application
Or we vote.
and resubmit something else perhaps that he or she might prefer.
I'm sorry, you were going down there.
Yeah.
Your line.
Anything, Commissioner Sutton? Economic Development Liaison?
I live in Rolesville. I've been here almost 20 years. So I remember one traffic light. And so I appreciate where I live, and I live here for a reason. But I do think we do need to develop, but I think that we need to exercise some control over how things develop, especially on our main street. That is critical. That is the gateway into our town. And so I think we need to have a little more control. So I'm very leery of GC. I'm very comfortable with CZ. And I'll stop there.
Well, my question was just answered, if there was any opportunity to change the application.
Yeah, change
To,
it. Right.
to, not tonight, I mean to withdraw it, to come back with another type of zoning request, which is conditional, which you've already answered that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to mirror everything you guys have said so far. It's too broad for me. That's the issue I'm having with it right now. It's general commercial, but it's anything that's on the list can go there.
Yeah.
And it's a prime area on our main street. That's what I'm worried about, with a established residence behind it. So those are my concerns.
I've asked my questions to address my concerns.
Shall we vote? Is that where we are?
You can withdraw.
I think the applicant's coming back. You want to speak? I'll give you opportunity.
We understand Ms. Hood's concerns, and we feel the same way about Rolesville. I grew up in Wake Forest, just, a couple miles down the road, and my family's from here. And what we're looking at doing now is something that we think will really fit well with the future plan. But based on the concerns of the board and some of the conversations we have with Michael, we'll go ahead and withdraw the general commercial request and work on some conditions and come back and see y'all later.
Perfect.
Thank you, Ms. Mass. I appreciate that. Appreciate you listening, and I think, thank you for coming out. And I think Ms. Hood made the point very clear. It's certain things that we have experienced bad luck with, and we just want to make sure. And from what I saw on the website, I think it meets the Main Street vision pretty well. So hope to see you back. Really do. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hood, for coming out. Appreciate that. So,
Can I just say one thing?
yeah.
And I just want to add that, We are, as a town, we're growing and we're trying to do it responsibly so that our citizens enjoy living here and we bring quality businesses here. So this board is really focused on that, and we're looking for developers that want to work with the town. We are past the days of folks just coming and building homes, making a quick profit and leaving. We want you to come and invest in our community. So word on the street to the developers, if you want to come to Rolesville, come and help develop our community into a beautiful, flourishing community. And if that's what you're about, we're willing to work with you, and I thank you, Mr. Massey, for working with us. So thank you.
Thank you for coming. Any other comment? Because I'm going to, I already closed the public hearing, did I not? I think I did.
You were about to.
So I'm going to take a 10-minute recess here before our next one come up. So we will come back at 8:50, 10 minutes to 9. So we're in recess. Thank you, board. Appreciate it.
Nice up.
Will you come back? Okay. And when you're done, I want to have a quick conversation with you.
So
item number 3, legislative hearing, map amendment 2206 and annexation 2203. This is at 5109 Mitchell Mill Road. See Meredith, you up there? So you want to present this one?
Yes.
I'm going to open the public hearing, or we call it the legislative hearing here. So you can give us the staff introduction.
All right, great. Thank you, Mayor Curran. As you mentioned, this is MA 2206 and ANX 2203 for 5109 Mitchell Mill Road. I'd like to set the stage before we jump into this case. I'd like to set the stage for this case and a few that are coming up. We all know Rolesville is one of the fastest growing towns in North Carolina. It's a very desirable community to live, work, and play in. And careful planning of our community's future is imperative. Town staff, planning department has received multiple map amendment applications that would each bring 300 to 600 new homes to Rolesville. We may need additional time to work through these conditional rezoning requests with you all, the applicants, and our residents. So setting the stage for that, there are motions. I don't know if you looked at those in your report. There's a suggested motion to talk about this case and then continue the hearing to a future date, so we have more time to jump into everything. There's also an option to make a decision this evening. I just wanted everyone to think about the opportunity to collaborate on this case and other cases coming before you in the near future. So this request is for 139 acres, or to rezone 139 acres located at 5109 Mitchell Mill Road. The request is to rezone from Wake County R30 zoning to Rolesville Residential Medium Conditional Zoning District, and also our Neighborhood Center Conditional Zoning District. Included as conditions are a concept plan and then some written conditions. And as we noted before, there is an annexation included with this request. So this is the concept plan for 5109 Mitchell Mill Road, and we'll jump into each side of it in the next few slides. So it includes single-family detached lots, townhome lots, and commercial development. So just a note with this one, north is pointing to the right when you're looking at this concept plan. I like to switch it and make north go up. So I've done that with this slide. And we're looking at the western side of the project now on the left side of Jonesville Road. And that is the section the applicant is requesting to rezone to Neighborhood Center Conditional Zoning District. It's this section of the project is about 55 acres. And they're proposing 8.31 acres be developed as commercial, and that is shown in red. I will turn this on. So this area here where you see the red would be proposed commercial development with parking in the middle. The yellow lots are single-family detached lots, and then the beige lots are townhome lots. And the average density of the residential development on this side, looking at both the single-family detached and attached housing, is 4.02 units per acre. On the other side of, oh, sure.
For reference to everybody in board, point out the way to Raleigh, which way to Raleigh and which way to Jonesville and Rolesville.
Sure, let me go back to this. This helps a little more. So the subject property is shown in green. And going north on Jonesville would take you up to downtown Rolesville. Heading west on Mitchell Mill Road would take you into Raleigh. You could also get to Raleigh by going north on Jonesville and hopping on 401 and heading west. And taking Mitchell Mill Road this way would take you into the eastern side of Rolesville. Does that help?
Yep, and
Okay.
the commercial is at the intersection.
Yes, shown at the intersection here of Jonesville and Mitchell Mill Road. Okay. So the section of the development on the eastern side of Jonesville Road, the applicant is proposing to rezone to residential medium conditional zoning district. It's about 86 acres. The applicant's proposing 191 single-family lots, and that is a density of 2.22 units per acre. And they're proposing a cluster option, and that is smaller lots with more preserved open space. There are quite a few conditions, written conditions with this project, and the applicant will be going over all of these conditions. This is a summary of them. So the concept plan is the first condition. A maximum number of dwelling units. There's a proposed condition to include 20% of landscaping as pollinator gardens. There are conditions having to do with the recreational amenities. And when you see the items highlighted in yellow, those are items that staff has suggestions on. The applicant's proposing that certificate of occupancy be a checkpoint for certain conditions. And our policy over the past year or so has been, we don't like to use COs for conditions. We like to use the issuance of building permits. So I would like to switch that. And then the land dedication per the concept plan, that's something we'd likely need to discuss further. Let's see. There are quite a few transportation improvements listed in the TIA. I believe there are 11 or 12 different improvements recommended by the traffic impact analysis. And we do have Craig Hyman here tonight from Ramey Kemp to assist with that discussion. There's a condition that all the single-family homes will include a crawl space or stem wall foundation, and we've highlighted that in yellow because the dimension listed for the stem wall foundation is 12 inches. And as we've discussed before, we like 18 inches. And there's minimum square footages for single-family homes and townhomes, and then the townhome clusters would not exceed 6 units per building. And in the neighborhood center district, there could be multifamily permitted only as an upper story use above the commercial. And again, the applicant will go over the conditions following the staff presentation. So as per...
I missed that last point. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You said that. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
You read it after.
So as per our comprehensive plan, future land use map, the future land use category is medium density residential. Medium density residential is predominantly single-family housing. It also includes some townhomes, multifamily, duplex, et cetera. And the current zoning is Wake County Residential 30, and the proposed zoning is residential medium and neighborhood center, both conditional district. And both of the requested zoning districts match up with the medium density residential category. As per our community transportation plan, Jonesville Road, the ultimate section for Jonesville Road is a 2-lane with 2-way left turn lane, curb and gutter, bike lanes and sidewalks. And then, so we looked at Jonesville, it separates the 2 sections of the development. And our proposed network in our CTP also shows a collector connection coming off of Jonesville Road, and that is shown in the concept plan. And that collector would take you all the way over to the next major road.
So this would be a sidewalk on one side of Jonesville Road and a bike path on the other. Go back.
Sure.
Yes, it's side path.
Yeah, so but this says bike lanes and sidewalks. However, we have an update with the Greenway plan. Our 2022 Greenway plan shows side paths on both sides of Jonesville Road, and then a Greenway connection on the south side of Harris Creek on the western side of Jonesville, and then on the north side of Harris Creek on the eastern side of Jonesville. So updated information in the 2022 Greenway plan.
There'd be a side path on both sides.
Yes.
Meredith, I did hear the gentleman ask on that slide back,
Mhm.
where that connector road went to.
I would need to go, let me jump back and look at the slide for a minute. Let's look at this one again.
Where is it, what does that connector road
The collector, this is not showing me enough.
The only thing that's on the right side of Jonesville Road is Gropeg Lane. That's a private road, and you sure can't put 700 cars on it. That's my question. What are you gonna do with
Okay.
700 cars on Mitchell Mill Road? And I'm probably out of line, and if I am, I apologize, because I do not know what I'm doing here.
That's all right.
But I live on Mitchell Mill as I have for 40 years.
Can you come to the front?
Problem is, you gonna put all these houses,
Can you come to the front?
and who's gonna widen Mitchell Mill? We're gonna get this done, and all of a sudden, there's gonna be we've got to widen this road, so all of a sudden, my taxes are gonna go up more. But there is no room on Mitchell Mill to put 5 lanes of traffic. You can go down the road, y'all live here.
Yeah, we'll give you opportunity. The process is, I'll get to a point where I'll call for public comment. So, yeah, no problem, no problem. Understand, no problem. So, Meredith, continue if you don't mind.
Certainly. We just looked at the Greenway plan and some notes about consistency with our plans. And when we say consistent with the comprehensive plan, I'm referring to the land use plan, the community transportation plan, the Greenway plan, et cetera. So the residential medium zoning district and the neighborhood center zoning district are consistent with medium density residential on the land use plan. And the density of 4 units per acre for the neighborhood center section and 2.2 dwelling units for the residential medium section turn into an average density of 3 units per acre, which is in alignment with the median density residential category.
So what was the total overall?
The average density of everything is 3 units per acre.
3?
Yes, if you look at, you leave out the commercial section, and the average density is 3 units per acre. A little less in just the single family portion and a little more in the neighborhood center portion. So the non-residential component seems to be appropriate at the corner of Mitchell Mill and Jonesville. And as you noted in our community transportation plan, the roadway network recommendations are reasonably illustrated, as well as the Greenway is shown reasonably as per the 2022 Greenway plan. There was a traffic impact analysis performed by Ramey Kemp and Associates, and as I mentioned, a traffic engineer, Craig Hyman, is here tonight. In your staff memo and attachments, the TIA was included, and there's quite a list of traffic improvements recommended, and they are included with the applicant's conditions. At the planning board meeting, the planning board did recommend approval of this case. They did have a strong suggestion to further review additional access points and crosswalks on Jonesville Road. They were concerned about people going between the 2 sections of the development. And just a note for you all, conditions 3, 4, and 5 have been updated since the planning board, so the planning board hasn't seen those. Condition 3 had to do with the pollinator planting, condition 4 with the community garden and parkland dedication, and condition 5, the driveway access and crosswalk to the commercial area. So based on consistency with the comprehensive plan and mitigation of expected traffic impacts, staff does recommend approval once all the conditions are fully vetted. So this time I'd like to invite the applicant up for their presentation. Do you all have any questions for staff before the applicant presentation?
I do have one question. I asked this before. On the top of the hill on Jonesville Road, there's no direct connection to the other part of the community, correct?
Are we talking?
They have to come out to the kiosk with their mailbox, or come out to the commercial part.
We're talking about this section up here?
Right, there's no connection within.
Sure. Harris Creek is an environmental feature that creates some separation at that point.
And I know there was an issue about a question came up about a bridge, which I don't really remember what the answer was to that.
I don't either. I think that'd be great for the applicant to touch base on. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Beth, you, not your first time here, so state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Mayor and town board members. My name is Beth Trejos. I'm an attorney with Nelson Mullins here tonight on behalf of Hopper Communities in regard to this project. I've got with me Bill Harrell from Hopper Communities, Patrick Barbeau from Timmins, who's the civil engineer on the project, and as Meredith said, your traffic engineer, Craig Hyman with Ramey Kemp, is also here to talk with you about the TIA if needed. Meredith gave a fantastic overview of the project, and we appreciate her efforts and the work that her office has done on this project. We've taken up a bit of their time, and you should know that you have fantastic staff. Meredith did a great job of orienting you to our site. It is unique in that it has quite a significant amount of frontage on Jonesville and Mitchell Mill roads. I will point out that there's a little teeny piece of the property that I suppose was created when Mitchell Mill was initially brought in, that's south of the intended boundary between Raleigh and Rolesville. And so this piece of property is not included in our annexation or zoning case, just so that you know. Only the area that's intended to become a part of Rolesville's jurisdiction is a part of our case. We also do have Harris Creek that goes through the site, which, you know, as you pointed out, does create some environmental issues, you know, that make complete integration of the neighborhood just impossible. Just by way of sort of further orientation, I wanted y'all to know that about a mile north, so heading into Rolesville this way, is the Walbrook development with the 265,000 square feet of commercial and the Publix that's coming. About 3 miles this way is Rolesville High School, and about 2 miles east is Wake Crossroads, where there is already some commercial. And of course, this area south of Mitchell Mill is intended to become Raleigh. This shows you just a little bit more clearly, you know, the breadth of Harris Creek in this area. So property is in Wake County. It's currently zoned R30, which is a residential holding district, but it is intended to become a part of Rolesville, and your plan addresses this property. You know, as Meredith said, your future land use map designates the site for medium-density residential, and, you know, we agree with her analysis that this is what we propose is consistent with the comprehensive plan. She shared with you the zoning districts that we'll be using, and I'll reiterate those. I am not as clever as Meredith, so I left this drawing oriented a little bit wonky. Again, this is north, so this way is north. This is towards Rolesville. I think the key feature, and I want you to know that that we have been listening to what you have been saying. I think Bill told me that he had watched every single one of your meetings for the last 2 years. So we are trying to be thorough and responsive to the things that we have heard you say you want. And chief among them has been commercial. And so Hopper Communities has designated this, you know, 8.3 acre site to be commercial. It is a part of our concept plan, is a part of the zoning that it is designated for commercial use, so it can't be used for residential unless we come back to you and ask you to change the zoning. I would say, however, as Meredith pointed out, that the commercial could have second-story residential, so I want to make sure you know that. Your LDO sets out requirements for development in the mixed-use district that ensure that the residential will be developed along with the commercial. So there are standards for developing those two things together, and we are required to meet those standards and will meet those standards as we move through this process. One thing that I'll point out is, as Meredith shared, the planning board asked that we consider an additional connection to Jonesville Road. That's this, I don't know, dark, two sort of black lines here. They suggested we consider an additional street connection here and a crosswalk so that people could more easily access the commercial. So we have shown this on the plan and committed as a part of our conditions that we would apply to NCDOT and seek their approval for that connection and that access. We have a concept plan or an example plan of the commercial, which you're going to see briefly. But I'm going to let Bill talk to you about this. He's going to come up when I'm done to share with you more details about his plans and intentions for the commercial. So I will sort of highlight our conditions as Meredith indicated. You know, commercial is chief among them. We recognize how important that is, and Bill has done quite a bit of research to support his investment in something that is not what he typically does. We have also included limitations on the number of homes, as Meredith said. We have included commitments with regard to recreational amenities. I'm just going to sort of jump ahead and hit that on the plan, because I should have shown you on the plan what we were talking about. There's a pool and cabana area here in the center of the townhomes, which we thought would provide the best access and create sort of a center of activity near the commercial. We have quite a lot of greenway. Everything that's a green line is greenway, meeting your greenway plan. It's 2.3 miles of greenway on this site. We have also provided a trailhead, which is, just a handful of parking spaces, so people who are coming from, outside of the community or, from a remote section of the community could drive and park and access the greenway trails. We have offered that element to the town. It is an offer to you as a part of our conditions. You can choose to accept it or not accept it. You don't have to make that decision tonight. As we move through the planning process, when we get to subdivision, that will come up, and the town will have, in its sole discretion, the decision whether it would like to have the trailhead, whether it would like to have this other 1 acre piece of recreational area. That is your choice. Some folks had suggested we offer it to the town, and so we have done that, but by no means do we require that you take it. We have also included a community garden. That was something that we heard that is a new activity area that you would permit, and so we thought we ought to have one in our neighborhood, and so there's a community garden here. There's some dog parks, a playground, and other recreational amenities as well. Opportunities for either HOA-owned active recreational area or town active recreational area, if that's something that is of interest.
Hey, Beth, I have a
Yes.
quick question.
Sure.
You said for the connection inside of the development, right there, yes?
Yes.
Is there any plan to put a traffic light there with DOT for the crossing safety?
No, but what we would, when we go to NCDOT, we will have to have an updated traffic study. They will have to analyze it, and then they will tell us, what is needed for safe operation. And if that were something that were needed, they could require that of us. But, it's just intended to line up and have a crosswalk here, so it's a spot where, folks could cross more safely.
So I understand from the planning board recommendation, there's 2 crosswalks, one back up at where the original intersection right there? So there's one there too?
That was not our understanding. Our understanding was that they wanted this additional connection and a crosswalk, and so this is where we have proposed the crosswalk. Now, remember, there's the side path here, so folks can walk.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah, you were saying additional, that makes me sound like it's another one, but,
it's another access point, not another crosswalk. But
huh?
Pardon?
The Greenway crossing is the first one that he's asking about.
The Greenway.
The first crosswalk, there's a crosswalk to get the Greenway by the bridge, right?
Oh, so we have not made a commitment that there will be a crosswalk at the Greenway. This is the only location where we have offered a crosswalk. But, certainly your feedback, we have tried to reach out to y'all and to others in the community, the planning board and Derek and other active people, talking with staff to add conditions that address comments that we have heard. So we are, trying to be receptive. So we offered pollinator plantings as something that was recommended to us. And, we spent, since we're talking about Greenway, we spent a lot of time talking with Derek as well. He suggested, we have this current layout of the Greenway here. I think there is some uncertainty about where the connection off-site might come. And so Derek had suggested that we consider not building the Greenway all the way to the property line here, but providing instead building it to just short of the property line and then providing an easement in this direction and an easement in this direction to accommodate whatever connection might be made in the future, together with an outdoor museum, which is something that's new in your Greenway plan at this location, and we are amenable to doing that. Something else we heard from you was that affordable housing was something that you were focused on. And so, we would offer as well a donation in the amount of $35,000 to the Homes for Heroes Foundation prior to the issuance of the 50th building permit. And Homes for Heroes, for those of you that don't know, is an organization that assists firefighters, EMS, law enforcement, military, including veterans, healthcare professionals, and teachers with costs when they buy or sell homes. And so this would be a commitment to that organization in support of affordable housing. So with that, let me ask Mr. Harrell to come forward and talk with you about the commercial area.
I would like to say something before you do the commercial. Can I? Before he does the commercial, because you're doing residential.
Sure.
So my question is residential concern.
We'll do the public hearing coming up. So you'll get to make your comments, ask any questions coming up. Once we get through the presentations, all public, it's an order to it, so. Yeah. There you go. If you would, state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Beth. Appreciate that. Appreciate it, Mayor and Commissioners tonight. Really appreciate your time. My name is Bill Harrell. I am with Hopper Communities. I'm at 2403 Medway Drive in Raleigh. Believe it or not, Beth is correct. I've actually watched hours and hours and hours of meetings, and other than the ones I've attended over the last 3 or 4 years, actually. And the reason why we, as the team, wanted to create a plan that not only we can be proud of, but we want this board and the town of Rolesville to be proud as well. There has been a common theme throughout your meetings, and that is the desire, obviously, for commercial development in your town limits. Although it is early in the process, we have generated quite a bit of interest to date thus far. We have a local commercial firm, Williams Building and Realty, that we've been in discussions with about this project. They work with not only local clients and businesses, but also national chains as well. They already have a local vet clinic and a large real estate firm that likes this specific location. And I do have a letter of interest. I don't believe it's in your packet, so I wouldn't mind reading that to you. This is from Williams Building and Realty. Dear Mayor and Town Commissioners, we have been working with Bill Harrell of Hopper Communities regarding a mixed-use project at the intersection of Jonesville Road and Mitchell Mill Road, including a potential 8.4-acre commercial center. Before committing significant capital to development of a commercial center, Mr. Harrell approached us for advice on how to create a successful project. We are a full-service residential and commercial construction, development, and property management firm operating in the Triangle since 1954. We have broad experience in the development of commercial properties, including retail, office, medical office, industrial, and governmental projects. Our research shows that demand for commercial uses in Rolesville is growing in tandem with the current population. We anticipate that commercial uses at this location, at the intersection of two busy streets at Rolesville's Southern Gateway, will be well received by the marketplace, particularly in combination with the planned residential portion of the development. We are also aware of other potential residential developments in the immediate area that would bolster demand for commercial uses at this location. We work with many end users, and in particular a veterinarian and residential realty company that may have interest in this location. They could serve as the initial catalyst for commercial development here. As the project and surrounding area develop, we anticipate that uses such as a gym, restaurants, coffee shops, daycare, medical offices, and/or general office uses would also be successful at this location. Zoning is the first step in the process of recruiting commercial users to the area. We urge you to approve the zoning case put forward by Hopper Communities for a mixed-use project at the intersection of Jonesville and Mitchell Mill Roads in Rolesville. Signed by Lee Singleton, who's a member and a partner. And maybe I could submit this for the record.
So just for clarity, you said that was a letter of intent? Is that what I?
It's a letter of
Interest.
It does not go into specifics on pricing or anything
And,
at this time.
and thank you. And Beth indicated earlier, or Ms. Trejos indicated earlier that, that you all would reserve the upper part of the commercial for residential. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
So what part square footage, what square footage are we talking about for commercial? Maybe I missed that. For commercial.
For the commercial? I believe the code, the LDO currently for a neighborhood center is minimum of two 25,000 square foot retail buildings
So 50,000 square feet of commercial.
of total, plus in addition to, yeah, there you go. In addition to, there's 4 out parcels shown. Again, this is concept plan, but we're showing an additional 4, potentially 4 out parcels as well. So the 2 larger yellow boxes are the 25,000 square foot buildings each.
And just to clarify, we retained the option to have upper story residential, but it's not a requirement. And it is also not the only use that could be in an upper story.
Right.
Yeah, what concerns me, though, this is a letter of interest. So this is paper,
Yes.
Yep.
right? So it's an idea. So I could go home and draw this tonight. And then tomorrow I go, I'm not interested anymore. Just
Well-
keeping that in mind. This is not a,
Understand.
yeah.
And what I would say that is different is that, you know, you are approving a zoning that designates this area for commercial. And so, you know, no other use could take place in this area unless you rezone it. And there are the development requirements in your code. I mean, you have set out a process for someone to follow on how to develop a mixed-use community like this. And we're going to do just what you have said in the LDO should be done. And, you know, Mr. Harrell has started early reaching out to the community because he's investing money to buy this property and to develop it and to, you know, put forward drawings for buildings and, you know, all of those things which cost money. So he started early to try and find folks who are interested, folks who are experts in commercial who can help, you know, solidify users.
So you mentioned something about, and I don't know, but being it's a mixed use, the board has experienced so many cases where we've done the residential and the commercial never comes. But this one, you can't do it that way. You got to do the commercial. Is that right? Explain to me why you have to.
You have to be pretty well invested in the commercial component to even get 100% of your residential approved.
Yep, so what your code says is that you have to permit 25% of the non-residential square footage to achieve permits for 50% of the residential units. And then you have to permit beyond that as sort of step 2, 50% of the non-residential to attain building permits for the remaining residential units. So your code kind of has those step processes. You know, so it does allow you to move forward with some residential before you move forward with the commercial. But, you know, it requires that there be movement.
And there's a significant investment in permitting. You're hiring an architect, you're designing the buildings, you're having renderings that you can see if that site plan. There's a whole nother process for that. So there'll be a significant investment as that moves forward. And our intent is, since it is a mixed use, the commercial is just as important as the residential, and the residential needs the commercial. So I think it's a marriage of of two uses that I think will work well in this location.
Yeah, and
So it's
especially,
not just a commercial piece, and we're going to own it. So, and that's part of our pro forma, that's part of our development plan to move that, advance that forward as quickly as possible.
So I just
Said
want you to,
own. Can you clarify that word? Own?
Yeah, we'll own the entire property, including the commercial.
So
We have a vested interest in advancing that commercial development.
So you're in a legal partnership with Lee Singleton?
I am not, no, not at this point.
Then I'm confused by own. then.
but you have a contract to purchase the property.
Yes, I have a contract to purchase the property. The letter is written from a commercial development firm that does develop the commercial development.
Gotcha.
They do the vertical construction and they do the lease up, finding the end users for the commercial spaces.
Gotcha, thank you.
did you say 25% residential? No, 50% residential to get 20?
25% non-residential to permit 50% of the residential.
Okay, so the commercial comes first and then the residential?
No.
I didn't think so.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. And I have just paraphrased the code section, but I do have that section in my bag. Let me grab it and I'll read it verbatim.
All
may
right,
have it
because it
done.
sounded like you said you can do part of it at a certain percentage, and then the balance of the 50% is residential and then commercial.
I can grab it too out of my LDO.
Yeah, do you have this wording?
So when all said and done, which one will be done first, the residential, and then you'll finish up the
The
commercial?
residential can be done before the commercial is complete. So in essence, 50% of the non-residential has to be done before 100% of the residential is
Okay.
done. Here's what it says, and this is your
You
code.
have to do them together, is that my understanding? They have to go hand in hand.
Yeah, this is Greenway, sorry. Okay, oh, great, yes, please.
That means one of those buildings has to be done before they move on.
So it's right here, the
Yeah.
mixture of uses and timing of development.
And then the commercial.
So, so this is 3.4.3D of the LDO, mixture of uses and timing of development. Section 1, an NC, which is this zoning district, an NC development shall feature a minimum of 15% allocation of gross area for non-residential uses. 2, buffers, open space, and stormwater facilities shall not be included in the calculation of the required 15% allocation. 3, let me skip ahead. 4, to ensure compliance with the intent and standards for a mix of uses within the NC district, a maximum 50% of the residential units may be permitted until at least 25% of the approved non-residential square footage is permitted issue of a building permit. The remaining residential units may be permitted upon approval permit of at least 50% of approved non-residential square footages.
So basically, you'll get all the residential done before you get half of the commercial.
Well, you can get all of the residential done with half of the commercial, yes. That is what your code requires.
But that is a point where, you know, if we partner with a commercial developer, which is the way typically these things go, is they can pull a permit, we get all the permitting done, they can pull a permit and go to work the next day. So that project is advanced to a point where it is ready to go, pad ready.
I understand that part, but technically, you can have all the residential done and only half of the commercial done, and that can stay that way for years. Correct?
That is what your code requires, yes.
I just feel like it wasn't supposed to be written that way, but, okay.
So, one of the things that we heard, at I think at the last meeting I was here, which was perhaps the first meeting in October, was an acknowledgement, that recruiting commercial is more difficult than recruiting residential. And so, at least it appeared that there was a willingness to, acknowledge people who were willing to take that step forward, and, begin that process, and, be aligned financially, and, meet the requirements of the code. So, I'm sure, Mr. Harrell, and certainly I wish that we were coming to you with a fully leased commercial area, but that's just not the reality. We heard you say that you want commercial, and we are trying to make your vision a reality within, the constraints of the marketplace.
When I hear that, I think about the ABC store off of Jonesville Road. how it sat there for years by itself, and then someone came in and the zoning was changed, and now it's going to be townhomes on one side and commercial. So I just get a little concerned when I hear that part, because what would be the rush at that point to try to get the commercial?
Well,
What would be the motivation, not necessarily the rush?
I think the motivation would be Mr. Harrell is going to own the property, and he desires to utilize it, and as soon as he can.
Right.
And so I think he would be aligned with you in pushing as hard as he could to get the users for this property. But until users were obtained, it would be designated for this use. Couldn't be used for anything else.
And
How many
I think
phases?
one of the difference, I see the difference is in this mixed-use requirement. Before, places like the Village of Rolesville, like you talking about, what's the one that has the ABC store? Cedar Lakes, is that?
Wait, Carlton Point.
Carlton Point.
Carlton Point.
They never made an effort to really do anything, where you can't do but half your project if you don't. What would happen if you don't do but half of your project? Would you?
I'd be in
It's
trouble.
not happening.
No, he can't do but half his residential project without having commitment.
I thought it was half at 25.
I'd have to permit 50%, the way the code is written.
Right.
I'd have to spend the dollars to architectural designs, buildings, everything. I have to get 50% of the non-residential, the commercial, permitted before 100% of the residential was approved. So that would be very, very well invested in that commercial, like into the six-figure range. It's expensive to get just the permitting piece done. So I think it's a little bit different than what you've been used to seeing in the past.
And, as we stand here before you today, I haven't heard the news. I don't know what the Fed did, but even the residential marketplace is uncertain. So, we're also providing no guarantees as to the residential development and what rising interest rates and a unique
Right.
political environment might do to the residential is also unknown.
I still have concern about the property heading north that stands alone.
This piece?
Yes, and we talked about that in depth. I just feel like it's disconnected from the rest of the development.
Yeah, and we wouldn't disagree with that. Unfortunately, fortunately and unfortunately, the unfortunate part is it is natural wetland area that you just cannot build roads across wetland area. So, but what is fortunate is it creates a beautiful walking trail and greenway area. But it is connected by way of a bike path, 10 feet wide on that side to connect that northern piece to the rest of the development to the south.
Did we talk about a tot lot over there? Was that-
We've added one, yes.
Right there.
Okay.
Where's the bike path? Is it shown on here?
No, it's a part of your plan for Jonesville Road, so it is a part of the street section for Jonesville.
But it's
Road.
not designated there.
No, but it is a requirement and it'll be built.
And it's just hard to see on the concept.
And the single-family homes will be built on 5,000 square foot lots, correct?
That's a minimum, yes, it's a minimum square footage.
Would it go under 5,000 by any chance?
I think the code.
I don't think the code allows that. Pat,
Like
yeah,
the code
that's
is
the
a
code.
minimum of 5,000. So it's, you referring to the east side?
The whole thing, actually.
So the east side is residential medium density with a cluster option, given all the environmental features, which allows you to decrease your lot size. But you pick up all the open space to go with that.
And the other space would be the space that would be shared by the community. So you'll have less property, but you'll have more community space.
To get outside and, yes.
Right. And so for those of us that aren't home a lot and don't want to have to mow a big lot, that's an advantage. People have different views, but that's my view.
Are any of these planned to be, ranch homes? And some of these smaller 5,000 square feet, I'm thinking about
down the street, my favorite neighborhood to call out, 5401. I know they have a variety of homes as well as Window Falls. You can name a whole group. But when you think about folks that are getting older and they don't want stairs, have you thought about some of that? Is some of that being considered in here?
We haven't considered it, but that would certainly be an option to our builders for sure. We've committed to a certain minimum square footages on the townhomes and the single family. But I would absolutely envision a good portion of these being ranch, or either basically like maybe a story and a half, where most of the living is on the downstairs on the first floor.
Do we talk about?
Because I know there's a big demand for that.
There is a demand for it.
Yes.
But at $500,000, I don't know that how much demand that answers, because I know that's kind of the going rate in Rolesville, because I priced one 6 months ago, and it was 2,300 square feet, and it was $586. So if that's the product, then that's no different than, you know.
Well, our goal is, and although we're probably 2 years out from actually building the houses, we got another year of site plan and construction drawings, the engineering piece of it, and then another 10 or 12 months of site work. So before properties are being built, we got about 2 years. So I don't know what
Of course, you can't make
what
any
the
promises on
construction
that.
price is going to be. Hopefully, it's going to come down, because it's been elevated for a while. I mean, we're going to strive to keep these under 500. We hope to keep the single family into the 400s.
Gotcha.
That's our goal, because we know affordability is an issue. And that's why it's nice to have the townhome component. We like to keep those into the 300 range if possible.
Gotcha. And then one last question, and I'll stop hogging the mic. You mentioned the Veterans Association earlier, Ms. Trejos. Wanted to ask you, have you ever designated any of your properties? I know you've built a lot. You built another community here, or will be building another community here in Rolesville.
Trying to, yes.
Have you ever designated any of those units as affordable housing units in partnership with the town or any other governmental municipalities?
We have not, but we'd be open to a discussion.
Because I do think that's a need, and if you're able to address that, I do think it's about helping our community, not just building a bunch of residential homes, but I'll stop there.
Well, I have two questions. Did we talk about duplexes? No, it wasn't you?
So, no.
Okay, oops. All right, that was somebody else. And also, the funds that you mentioned, did we talk about how that serves one versus there's a possibility to serve more?
Well, so, and what my understanding from looking at the Homes for Heroes Foundation website is that they try to help with transaction costs, like, loan fees or attorney's fees or that kind of thing. And so what I understand, their sort of average award to any particular user is like $3,000.
It's about an average savings of about $3,000 per, and that's for buying or selling a home.
Okay, so
I think it helps a broader range of people.
But my thought is, I'm not sure if we had this conversation, maybe the person after you. Is it possible to put that in a fund that the town designates? Is that possible, David? Can it go into a fund for affordable housing? Or does that, would you be okay with that?
While there is broad authority for municipalities to engage in affordable housing, the town, as far as I'm aware, would not have any mechanism to handle that or staff that or fund that at this time.
But it can be done.
Legally, there are ways to do that, and larger cities do have those sort of structures. We had discussed during one of our affordable housing sessions that there have been mixtures of success and failure with that approach.
Okay. I was just wondering because I understand the veterans part, and I know we have, some people. My father is deceased, but he was in the Army. I just feel like there's a bigger pool that can be tapped into, including veterans.
Well, and that's why we thought Homes for
It
Heroes.
includes veterans.
But it also includes teachers and nurses and
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
firefighters and EMS
So that's what I was
workers,
getting at.
police.
Does it include
So heroes
a
of all
broader
types.
range?
The first responders, that's why
Yes.
it was appealing to us, because it hit a broad, it doesn't exclude any particular group. I think
Yeah.
Well, I guess it does, actually, because if you're not a teacher, a firefighter, or a veteran, you're not gonna be able to apply for those funds.
Well, that's correct, because the Home for Heroes was established right after 9/11. And I don't need to go in detail about 9/11. But
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying that the broader reach is what we want to get, but we don't want to exclude that group. But we want to include others, but I don't know how to do that, so I was just asking, so don't worry about it.
okay.
Got to start somewhere.
That's true.
Yeah.
Got to start somewhere. All right, what else? Continue.
I think the only other elements we have to share, I know there was a question, and I think Meredith mentioned that, we do have a uniquely large amount of road frontage, and the traffic impact analysis does require that we do road improvements. So there's widening on Mitchell Mill, so half of the 4-lane divided section on Mitchell Mill, plus some turn lanes for access points, and also on Jonesville Road, widening to the ultimate 2-lane with center turn lane, where we have both sides of the road along Jonesville Road. And
That Jonesville Road,
yes, sir.
how you gonna get 3 lanes of traffic up Jonesville Road with the housing, like it is? And
Well-
I'm sorry, I'm jumping out of turn.
He's out of turn.
I apologize for that.
Sure,
You're telling
no.
me you gonna put 4 lanes on
Out of
Mitchell
turn.
Mill?
So that,
I leave my house at 5:30 in the morning and wait 10 minutes to get out now with traffic where people are trying to bypass everything. And you gonna put 800 cars in this subdivision with townhouses and everything else and expect us to get in and out of homes?
so
Okay, let's wait till your turn, okay?
I've been waiting for 45 minutes and we keep saying the same thing.
You need to wait for your turn.
I'll wait my turn.
We don't even know who you are yet. You haven't even been,
Bradley introduced myself. Gropeg Lane,
yeah.
you can't enter on Gropeg Lane. That is not a public entrance, that's a private road. If you look-
Sir. 1 minute, sir. Please.
We'll give you a chance.
So in terms of the widening that, the traffic study recommends, it is implementing the town's plan for those streets. So the plan is that Mitchell Mill be 4 lanes, and our obligation is to improve half of that along our frontage with Mitchell Mill. And on Jonesville Road, the plan is that Jonesville be 2 lanes with a center turn lane, and our obligation is to improve that along our property. All of this is only along our property frontage. So we have both sides of Jonesville Road here, so it will be built to the full cross-section. And then where we only have one side, 1/2 of the widening will be done.
And we've got about close to 2 miles of frontage that we'd be responsible for improving.
And we do show a stub to Gropeg Lane. That is not intended to be an access to our community. Our community will be accessed off of Mitchell Mill and Jonesville, but this was a recommendation to us for future interconnection. And if it is desirable to the town or, to our neighbors with the consent of the town, this could certainly be a turnaround only or some
We could
signed.
cul-de-sac it or.
Yeah, because we recognize that is a private street that we don't have access rights to. It was, I think, intended by the town that this be made such that there could be future interconnection in the event that it becomes a public street. But I guess my closing remarks to you are, we have been working hard to try to put in place commitments and elements of a plan that meet the things that we have heard from you and your staff and from Derek and others that are appropriate for this location and for the town. So we would appreciate your feedback. If you feel it's appropriate, we would appreciate your support for our project. Like I said, we've been working hard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions before they sit down from the board?
I do have a question about the road. When are the improvements anticipated to begin for the road?
To begin,
Yeah.
For
Like, what's gonna come first, the development or the road improvements? Like, when, if yours is approved, I'm just asking, when do you anticipate starting? Turning some dirt, when? And like, Kelly, do you know when the road is anticipated to be finished or started?
I don't know. That's a good question.
So I think this is a typical part of the development process. We can estimate that it takes, roughly 2 years to get to a point where you might be,
I think by building, by the plat, by the recordation of the plat for the lots, whatever section you're building has to be, the frontage of that section has to be completed. And so just by the, we've got, I think we've got a traffic consultant to help us, but.
well, Meredith was just confirming that's the process.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that is how the
And
town
so we can't,
administers.
so you can't go build these homes without having the road improvements done. And just from a financial perspective, you're not gonna come out and build and piecemeal the sections together. It's just gonna make sense to do all of one side at one time, all of the other side at one time, so it's not in little segments.
So if you're planning on starting in 2 years, hypothetically speaking, and the road is not slated to start for like 4 or 5 years, so does that hold your plan up?
No, we would be doing these improvements as a part of our project. There are requirements
Yeah,
that,
that's on us. That
Yeah.
will be on the developer, yes.
so these are requirements of us that we do these as a part of this project, as a part of the normal development process. It happens every day.
Yeah, so as the site work is being completed, like on the site itself, the road improvements are running at the same time.
Okay. And
So by the time we get ready to record plats or record lots, that particular section would be in and available.
I sure hope a traffic light is in place because, and I know we had this conversation about the car accident that took place because it's a 4-way stop. And there was a terrible car accident. Somebody passed away on that road. So I can imagine now with all the traffic on there, people are going to try to, do what they can to hurry up and get to that stop sign. So I know that doesn't fall on you. We have to wait to hear back more, but it really needs a traffic light there.
And that will be subject to DMV. DOT.
Yep.
I would also say we might want to consider, if approved or whatever, that we do the improvements on that west side at the same time as their improvements on that road, on Jonesville Road.
The commercial side?
The west side, it would be the part where they don't have any houses up on the top part. If you keep going up,
That's the north side.
like over, it's the west side.
That one's
Yeah.
turned sideways.
So
So this is north, so this is west.
Yeah, so the west side, so come up Jonesville Road.
Come up Jonesville Road?
Yep, right there, from there until the end of your development, right there.
Oh,
Yeah, I'd hate to have well, it's on the west side of that road, but I'd hate to have half that road done, if that could be something we could also get changed up through there as well.
So was it-
my understanding is that there is a unrelated, not ours, but my understanding is there's a development proposal here that
Okay.
is moving through the process, so it's likely that those things will happen in roughly the same time.
Okay, I just want to make sure we don't have an incomplete improvement
yeah.
right there.
Yeah, I think we were a little bit ahead of them. I'm not sure where they are in the process, but I would have, assuming if we were both get approved, they will be coming in shortly after.
Okay, thank you.
And just to be clear, did I see like 7,000 plus cars going in and out or up and down? Like if you go back to the traffic, you had showed that page with the numbers on there. It was like 7,000 something cars going either across or up and down. And I did have a question about that. So you have to flip back a little bit.
We will let you talk to your traffic engineer about that. He certainly is the expert on the traffic study.
Thank you, appreciate it. No more questions for this group? Okay.
Thank
So
you.
you want our traffic study person to come up?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'm just going to go to the trip generation slide for Craig.
You would introduce yourself and
Good evening, Mayor Curran and town commissioners. My name is Craig Hyman. I work with Ramey Kemp Associates. We're at 5808 Farrington Drive in Raleigh. I'm here to answer, any traffic questions that you may have. The 7,000 cars that you were referring to, those are daily trips, not during any kind of peak hour. That's the traffic that's expected throughout 24-hour period.
So that's Sunday through Saturday?
Yes. Well, no, it's every 24 hours. They're expecting.
Oh, that's daily.
That's a daily
It
trip.
says it right
Yes.
there.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
And then we have it also broken down into AM peaks and PM peak.
That's a lot of cars. That was my only question. Thank you so much.
Oh, sure. No
I
problem.
just wanted to make sure I saw the correct number.
Yes.
any other questions? I'm gonna next move to any comments from the public in favor. Anybody in favor?
Hi, my name is Derek Verstegen, 414 Virginia Water Drive. Yeah, I've worked, as she noted, as Beth noted, I've spoken to her, working with the Open Space and Greenway Committee, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, as Paul mentioned in his opening statements earlier tonight, that this whole plan had come to that board, and we talked through a lot of the things there. I've done some other side conversations with the developer as well. And this is obviously a very unique property, given the amount of wetlands that are introduced here. But there's also a lot of really positive things going on with the trailhead. We've had another property approved this year that has a trailhead in it. That's a great entry point, especially when we understand the relative nature between where Rolesville will transition into Raleigh. And this trailhead will be at that boundary with that. And it gives a really nice, beautiful entry into the town. Harris Creek is a beautiful place to walk around. Some people have the luxury of living near there and seeing that now. And so this particular development has a lot of things to offer when it comes to that amenity. And there's not much more that developers already said that I can add, but I do feel like this can be done really well and be a really nice entry point from the southern point into the town of Rolesville. And just one other point of clarification, since I know traffic and all that comes into play. One of the things I keep learning about with all of this stuff that you guys know I pay attention to is how these things go over time. And these roads, this doesn't sound very dissimilar to 98 and Everett Road, where that road already fails miserably. And I just want you guys to understand that you can't necessarily hold the town and or the developer to why it's so horrible, but we have to work forward in figuring out a best solution. And if NCDOT has dropped the ball on making road improvements to where this road is so horrible, then any improvement in the project like this that brings it up to that next level that is slated to be what it needs is a step in the right direction. So I'm just asking you to kind of remember that a little bit, because you could have a really failing road, and things like these are what we need to start that process to get traffic moving. And so the kinds of improvements that have to be made on this project will certainly help that along, even if it is in a smaller area. It is in a major intersection, and I think that's key to point out. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Derek. Any other comments? In favor? Okay, come up. Huh?
He's not in favor.
We good?
State your name and address. for me.
Archie Underhill.
Okay,
I live on the corner of Gropeg and Mitchell Mill.
okay.
I'm not opposed to this development. Let me make that perfectly clear. But there's no way that you're going to tell me that your DOT regs and this and that You're showing on your map over here, right here where it's gonna come out on Gropeg Lane. That was my father's family's land that was sold. Scott Carl bought the land that goes back. He owns everything. There's not but 3 houses on Gropeg Lane at this time. My concern, I'm tickled to death that you're wanting to put a development out there, but I'm scared to death that you're gonna put 800 cars, 700 to 800 cars on Mitchell Mill Road, and it ain't gonna happen. And if you think you can put 3 lanes of traffic up, listen, Jonesville Road's community's been out here over 100 years. Folks sit on the porch and the young'uns talk and they ride bicycles and they talk about, it's almost like you throw fried chicken across the road. I've been up there and felt like catching a wing myself. Folk, they're wonderful, wonderful people. My mother worked at Westinghouse Meter Plant, and half the people in Jonesville, she was a switchboard operator out there. So I know a lot of the families that are in Jonesville. But it's just very concerning to me that you're gonna take houses that are right up to the road and you're gonna all of a sudden push back to where they've got a 10-foot, you can cut the grass with a pair of shears. And I don't get it. I mean, that's my, look, I'm all for it. And there's also supposed to be another subdivision that's gonna go up between Manley Farm Road and the power line. Then an additional 500 houses are gonna be in. So we take those houses with 1,000 cars, where's it gonna stop? I mean, I love progress. Heck, I was in the flooring business. I love you building, go right on. I love it. But that's my major concern. And if I have, please, let me first off apologize to the board. I've not meant to be a pain in the butt tonight. I don't know how to do this. It's the first time I've ever walked through these doors and talked to anybody like this. I do my best work during December. That's what all the hair is for.
Gotcha.
So I'm not a speaker by any means, but I think that's something that needs to be. I think Jonesville, like I say, that's 100 years of community right there. That's going to be. I just don't see how. You know, it sounds great. We're going to put 3 lanes. I'm sorry, guys.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time, and I apologize if I did anything wrong to you, sir.
No, you're fine. I just want to make sure.
Thank you, Grover. Appreciate that. State your name and address, please.
I'd just like to add something. I'm Darlene Jones, Jonesville.
Oh, yeah.
3816 Jonesville Road. I've been implanted there for the last 50 years. I've seen the things that have been happening as far as the traffic and whatnot, and I've already talked with them about our concern, making sure that they look at the traffic. But then when I think about it, you know, if you're going to improve Jonesville, because we're sort of sandwiched in between, it used to be Wake County. Now, on the right side, we've got town of Rolesville, that is half of Jonesville Road. Then on the other side, where they're going to do development, that's going to be Rolesville. But then in between, we're Wake County. Right in between Jonesville Road, we'll still be Wake County. And that's my concern, is to make sure whatever improvements are done, that it doesn't take away from our community, and make sure that they do what is right. If you all are Rolesville, I don't know, maybe later on we may end up annexing, I don't know. But the way I see it, that we just need to make sure that whatever you do, don't forget, there is a sandwich community right in between where they're doing the development is, and we really want to make sure that we have some amenities, that they end up with the amenities, but but Jonesville can't do anything. All we can do is travel. So I just want to make sure that you all just keep that in mind. I'm growth, that's what it's about, but I just want to make sure that you don't forget Jonesville Road. Okay, we're 3816 Jonesville, right there in between, that we are not town of Rolesville. But on the other side, 3937 have property there, that's the town of Rolesville. So we are sandwiched in.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Appreciate that. Good points. And, you know, that's one of the things that, you know, I know some folks over there, like the Moss family and people that live over there. And we certainly don't want to do anything to change the character of what y'all have. And if anything, you know, we'll be able to get, in case you want water or something one day, you know, fire protection, you know, those type things. I think it'd be more beneficial as we get closer. But we don't annex annex unless you ask us to. We don't force anybody. So sometimes people worry about that. You know, town's getting so close to them, we're going to take you in, but we don't do that unless you need to, and then you come talk to us. Next, state your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Holly Niederhofer, 4913 Mitchell Mill Road.
Where?
4913 Mitchell Mill Road. We're like a house away from where this is going to happen. We just got this notice in the mail like 2 days ago. This was the first we heard about it. I know that we need more housing. I know affordable housing is important. But what drew us to the area was that it's a country area. We wanted to get kind of away from this, and we kind of felt protected in the fact that this is farmland. And now it just feels like it's coming right here, and it just feels really jarring and non-conforming. And also I have a question, I don't know if that's appropriate, but we didn't know about this widening of Mitchell Mill. And I was just wondering if there's anywhere we can get more information on that anyone knows of.
I guess the question is, you know, communications on widening the road and stuff like that. Maybe we'll address that. You know,
Okay.
maybe we'll get you a response. Well, what you say address was again?
4913 Mitchell Mill Road. I can't, we're right here.
The bottom, it's gonna be the bottom left, the box to the right.
Okay.
Are you the house that had the really big tree that fell in your yard a couple of years ago?
Yeah, we
Oh
did
my
have a
gosh,
really
okay,
big
that was a
tree.
huge tree.
Got you.
It was a pretty tree.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So much stuff I could say, but I'm gonna refrain. Anybody else want to talk or say anything? Or I turn it up, close the public hearing and turn it over to the board to deliberate?
Mr. Mayor, I want to go back just to Mr. Commissioner Velga's comment about Jonesville Road. There are two properties on the other side that are not part of any of the development review process. They're two individual properties, so that Jonesville Road is not in a submittal review right now. All of it to the far north.
Yeah. Any other comments?
Mayor Kern, just as something that I observed, and maybe the board already knows this, but in an earlier conversation about the residential construction and how it is linked to the commercial construction, that conversation applies only to what would be the western half of the subdivision, or the western half of the project, if we will. So you have neighborhood commercial on the left-hand side is a zoning district, commercial district. And then on the magenta color on the east side, that's a plain old regular residential subdivision. So that could, in theory, be built out. But when the west kicks off, that's when the conditions kick in.
Excellent point, Attorney.
Okay.
You just earned your keep.
Okay. Any other thoughts, comments? Anything else, Meredith?
Sure. Just a couple of notes. I mentioned before with the staff recommendation that staff recommended approval as long as conditions were vetted. Would it be all right if I just went over a couple of those items that staff feels more information is needed as you all discuss? Okay. So the trailhead donation and then the 1 acre of potential parkland dedication, those are noted as could be or the town could accept those. Town staff has not had a chance to look at fiscal or operational impacts of taking those properties. That discussion came up later on. And I mentioned before, staff recommends changing the CO checkpoint to building permit issuance in some of the conditions, and then the stem wall recommend that that be 18 inches and not 12 inches.
Any questions on
You said 18 and not 12, correct?
Yes, right now the condition lists the stem wall minimum as 12 inches.
12 inches mean basically 2 steps.
Mhm.
At the minimum, it'll be at least 2 steps up.
And our minimum is 18, right?
We don't
Didn't
have them.
Yeah,
We don't-
we talked about 18. We did not end up going through with that LDO amendment. We put it on hold because we decided we need illustrations and more information to go with it. But that's still something we can put in a condition for sure.
Gotcha.
I think there's a lot here. There's a lot. And like I just said, I'm not contagious, by the way. I do not have COVID. I just have a cough that will not go away. The attorney, I believe, just earned his money. These are two different developments. So this whole discussion we just had earlier was based on us looking at this whole picture. And really, when it comes to the commercial component, we're only looking at that lower half. So in essence, all of that pink could be developed, period. And then the other part is all we're talking about as far as commercial. So I think there's a lot of conditions here. There's been a lot of things offered by the developer that they're willing to do. And I think in fairness to this board, the public, and the developer as well, I think we need to consider this more, and we should continue this and not make a decision on it tonight. It is already after 10 o'clock, and we're not even done with our agenda. But I think we need to consider those components as well as, things that residents have shared. So it's a lot of information to digest and then make a decision when there's so many components outlined, especially the road. Like, what's our plan for the road? We should know that answer before we make any decisions. And I don't have that answer. So that's my opinion, that it needs to be continued because there's a lot of factors. I mean, the developer even offered several things that we haven't kind of discussed or vetted out. Anyway.
So if we move to continue it, do we need a specific date?
The board has two options if the board didn't want to take action on it today, or at this meeting, let's say. One would be you close the public hearing, and the motion would be a motion to postpone to a future meeting, and you would name that meeting. The other would be a motion to continue the hearing, and that would be to a date and time certain. So effectively, either way, you're stating when the next meeting is, but it is two different motions depending upon whether the board wants to close the public hearing and keep it entirely for board debate, or whether the board likely would want to receive additional information from the public in the future.
One of the things that concerned me, I don't remember her name, but the resident there, she mentioned that she just got notification 2 days ago. That stood out to me as strange, right?
That concerned me also when I heard that.
Because usually we have notes about neighborhood meetings and different things, and I didn't see that unless I missed it.
Dated the 21st of October.
Okay.
So was there a neighborhood meeting held? And were there comments? Were people in attendance? I feel like I read something that said no one attended.
No one attended, that's right. We had a neighborhood meeting in June, and no one.
In June,
I've not heard a thing about it, I promise you.
yeah.
We sent notice to a list of neighbors that was provided to us. I'm sorry. We noticed it in the same way that the public hearing was noticed by letter. And it was posted on the town website, I think, as well.
And would they have been notified if they were not within Rolesville town limits?
Yes.
Okay, yes. That was my question.
Yes.
Again, I say continue it, because then the question comes up of what's the notification? Because I saw 200 feet. Is that still, I thought we changed that a long time ago.
Oh, it's still 200 feet.
Yeah. Remember, we've talked about this
I think we've changed it
like
so many
50 times, yeah.
This is before you, Meredith. You're doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, that's come up a lot.
I just want to clear that up. But I feel like we've talked about it so much and we've asked to change it. The only time that I feel that it wasn't changed was when David said if you make it too broad, then you'll get everybody who's not really involved in it.
Exactly.
But then we've had other conversations and it just hasn't changed.
I just think when you're developing something this large and it's impacting your residents, you need to give them an opportunity to give feedback.
And if no one shows up to a meeting, I think I've said this before, then have another meeting to make sure people are noticed, because somebody need to show up at that meeting, or it's not a meeting. And I understand that there's a minimum requirement that you just noticed, let people know that there's a meeting. If they don't show up, that's on them. But I think we have a duty to our citizens to say, hey, there's a meeting, you need to come to this meeting, so that we hear some feedback. But I don't want to hear that people didn't know about this until a couple days before. But I would like to continue this because I think it's a lot of information. The road, the traffic, the different things that the developer agreed to just standing there, those things need to be vetted out before we make a decision, in my opinion.
So we just need a next available date then.
Without
Well, let's
killing the
Let's make
calendar.
sure everybody get their input. So we heard one commissioner, so let's start with Commissioner Austin.
Yeah, let's come up with a date so we can make a motion to postpone this matter until whatever that date is.
Okay.
Again, we need to look at the calendar, and I'm in agreement to that. But do we really have anything available before next year?
Right now, the December 6th Town Board agenda has Tom's Creek and the rezoning on the east end of Main Street. It's 207, I think, Main Street, South Main Street.
Is that down there, State Farm area?
Yes, that one's pretty straightforward. Tom's Creek is big.
No, that's gonna take a long, that one's gonna take a long time, in my opinion. Yeah, so I would like to see it postponed to a future date.
Paul?
Yep, we'll move it ahead.
See, no, Abe. All right, so we have to claim a date before we move on, don't we?
And we only have one meeting in December, correct?
So December 6th, and then the next one's January 3rd. Is that correct?
Or
Or we think it will be?
Kick off the new year, January.
That one has tentatively scheduled, Meredith,
Hills at Harris Creek?
Hills at Harris Creek, which is the development across the street.
Yes.
Oh, well, that makes
That could,
sense.
That's what date?
January 3rd.
Jan 3rd.
So that's a big one? Is that what you're saying?
It's pretty big.
It's
the
in the
same
same
area.
neighborhood.
yeah, same area.
Development across the street.
So, so is that date good, or do we need to go 2 weeks out from that?
It's whatever you'd like to do.
I just think when you get to these big cases, sometimes this is what happens, and I would hate to see any
Let's-
other cases come and we have to postpone it.
I like the 2 weeks out, because we're doing Harris Creek,
Right, so
which
2
is
weeks
across the street, then we have 2 weeks out.
after
So it'll
that,
be mid-January.
yeah, so,
Saying January 17th?
correct.
We could do that as one item. Does that make sense? Because this is big. To me, this is a couple of hours of stuff.
Your choice.
So what's the date?
I'm hearing
So Jan 17th.
express preference for January 17th.
I'm good with,
Um,
how does that,
Beth just asked
How does
about
that
the
work?
November work session turning into, you know, how we're turning that into a regular meeting for Parker Ridge, and I mentioned that Parker Ridge was already on that one.
Market Ridge is another complicated one.
You don't have enough time to
Yeah.
That's
post,
another
you don't have enough time
complicated
to.
one.
Okay.
Yeah, the issue is when you pile all these together, we don't have time to kind of weigh the evidence, like, especially when there's new stuff offered. So in fairness to you all, we need some time to kind of go over those things, and we have a bigger question on the road, like, what's our plan? So that's for this board to have that discussion, and I don't think in 2 weeks we're going to be ready for that.
Sure, and we appreciate that. I mean, obviously balancing, you know, we would like to move forward sooner rather than later, but we also would appreciate feedback from the board so that when we come back to you, you're in a position to make a decision. And if it's, you know, January 17th, you know, it's so far from now, you might have forgotten all about this. And then, you know, we don't want to be in a position where we have to, you know, start over. So we don't want to get forgotten. But in terms of the road, I would just say, you know, what we are doing is in your comprehensive plan. It's your transportation plan. So we are building what you have already planned for and approved in your approval document. So it's not something new. It's something you've already approved, that we're doing at the behest of your traffic engineer.
I just
So-
think the start time is in question, because you all have to start within a certain time after approval as well, correct? And what if the roads, these are my what-if questions, I don't know. So what if the roads, I know you have an obligation, to do your part, but DOT, I mean, anything can hinder that. So then what happens?
Well, DOT's only role is, approval of plans that we do. We will actually hire a company to do the construction ourselves. So, we will be required to do all the widening and improvements that are committed to as a part of this project.
Wait a second, so you all do it and you pay for it?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that.
I thought that's what you were saying earlier, but I wanted to ask you.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is our obligation, and your code requires that we do that work. And, in terms of, the commitments that Meredith has asked of us, changing building permit certificate of occupancy to building permit in our conditions, we would happily do. And we can make the changes to the stem wall from 12 inches to 18 inches if that's what the board desires. And then in terms of the trailhead and the parkland, those are offers of dedication. They are not, the town is not accepting them at the time of zoning. So in terms of fiscal analysis, I wonder if that might be something that could wait until, in the 2 years that we're moving through this review process, the town can decide, does it actually want this property or not? And I think you have full discretion to do that. It's an offer. Your code allows you to, accept or deny. There's a very detailed section on open space. So, if those things would make you comfortable, we are willing to make those what I think are explicit changes. The language for the affordable housing condition was on the board. We will happily add that. And, if you're willing, we get out of your hair tonight.
So we're not saying we don't want the development, but we're not going to be able to make a decision tonight. And for this board, we know what we have before us, and we only have 2 meetings left for the rest of the year. So we're trying to be fair, not only to you all, but to our residents, to our staff, and to this board, so that we have time to digest the proper information. And we promise we'll communicate our concerns or desires through our planning director, so that you all are not blind for 2 months and not know what's going on and get a surprise when you come in here.
Okay.
We have no desire to do that.
Yes.
We're looking for a quality product, so we're not trying to put you on hold or put you on ice, but we're trying to make the best decision for all parties involved, and we need some time to do that.
And it helps too
It's a
that we
big one.
have this recorded. So when you said forgetting, we can tune right back in,
Okay,
ask
yeah.
our questions. We're still able to speak with, because Beth is going to call us. We're still able to speak with her, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so we,
Okay,
if there's
sure.
additional questions, we can share those, or you can just reach out like I know you're going to, and, be in touch that way. But I agree wholeheartedly with I almost called you Sherry, Sheila, that it is a lot. I do hate that it's further out, but it's just the time, the end of the year, there's just a lot.
We appreciate that. We recognize that this is public service clearly, and, we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask one question?
All right,
April has a question.
I think we'll just,
April has a question.
I just gonna ask one question.
okay, go right ahead.
What side would be developed first, the east or the west?
West, right.
The west, okay,
Yeah, we would get started immediately on the west side,
okay.
because that's where obviously all the focus is.
That's the commercial side, right?
Can you tell us by color? Because I don't remember east or west.
Is that the commercial side?
Yes, the neighborhood center zoning, which is, will be on the left west,
With the
right?
commercial
Yeah,
designated.
this one's turned this way, so yes, that's the commercial's on the west side.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So we would start there first for several reasons, because we, in our conditions, we have certain triggers when we have to have amenities in. And at the 150th building permit, then we have to have our, I don't have the list in front of me, we have to have the pool and the cabana, dog park, things like that in place. So it would be odd to start on the east side and when all those items are really, most of them are on the west side, so.
Yeah, and I think listening to what the board has brought up, you know, they have the concern that you can do one side and not the other. You can, and, you know, we need to clear that up before you come back, that you can't do that, or you can do that, and if you can do it, I would suggest you link it somehow to this, you know, commercial piece or something. In other words, link that side to the commercial somehow, so it's all one. It sounds like it's linked through the amenities, right? Is that what you just said?
Well, so the west side does have, you know, you wouldn't want to do the east side first, because you have to get the amenities in place, and most of the amenities are on the west side.
Right.
So it makes 100% sense to do that west side first. But we could talk amongst our team and figure out how to link it to make it more clear.
Yeah.
How many houses are on the west side? Wait.
The pink
no,
side,
On
the color, what color are you talking?
okay, so we're talking about that, is it lavender, maybe?
Yeah.
The
East
part that's not connected, which is on the east side, the north. That's north. Yeah, how many single-family homes are those?
I can go back.
I think it was 2 something.
It's the north top.
Is it 2 something?
Because I know we talked about
I have them right here.
duplexes.
It's 191
Well, on that whole side,
on this side.
yeah, but not just in the northern area.
No, just in that section that's not
Oh,
connected.
this part?
Oh, the very top.
Yes.
We didn't break that number out specifically, but we can count the lots quickly.
So is that representing how many lots there are, that picture?
On the whole side is,
The pink is 191 total.
yes, yes.
Right, so I don't want total, I just want that section.
Right, she's
And
counting
I'm
it.
sorry, we didn't break it out like that.
It's about 63.
Okay.
My counting could be off by 1 or 2.
60-something, yeah.
Okay, we're getting into the late hour here. So Attorney,
Yeah, we should change that out.
Yeah, I can make a motion if we need.
It'd be a motion
We're going-
to continue, it sounds, because there's an interest by the board to keep the public hearing open.
Yes.
okay. All right, I'll entertain a motion from Commissioner Bilger.
I move to continue legislative hearing for MA 22-06 and ANX 22-03 to the future town board meeting of 1/17/23.
Second.
I think I heard Michelle first.
Ladies first.
Any other discussion? Not hearing any, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing? Thank you. Appreciate that.
See you next year.
Yeah.
Have a happy holiday.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Well, all right. Let's see. The next item is number 4, resolution of accepting bids and awarding contract for Public Works facility. I hope we can get something accomplished in this one. We haven't yet, so, you know, maybe we can.
No, we approved South Main Street.
I don't think so.
Wait, did we not?
We ain't done nothing.
We didn't approve South Main Street?
Go ahead and get it
They
ready.
pulled the first one, and then we tabled it.
Oh, my God, I'm just a
We've been
big
here all
mess.
night, you ain't
Go
done
ahead and
nothing.
get it ready, Eric.
I think we've done a lot.
I think we did too.
Yeah, I think we did.
I still don't like that cluster. There was no discussion really about the cluster.
You can't help with that big water thing. Have you been out there?
No, just driving past it when I used to travel that road.
It's like a big swamp.
So, Mr. Mayor, we can move on if you're ready.
Right.
Thank you, Brooks. So we're ready to present to you tonight the bid results for the Rolesville Public Works Facility, the bid results for the financing of the facility, and then for your consideration to approve the bids and also to approve the financing resolution. Everybody is here, staff-wise and consultant-wise, to go through this, and so if you're ready, we can go through this
Let's do it.
fairly quickly.
Let's go.
So,
Let's do it.
go ahead, Eric.
Got 5 minutes.
I know we've talked about this one a lot, so
Yep.
Give us our Cliff Note
Results.
version of it.
Cliff Note version, 2001, you all purchased land. We all, since I'm on the team, even though it happened before I got here, about 15 acres from NCDOT on East Young where it meets 401 bypass. We've been working with IBI and the design engineers for several months, and we finally were able to bid out the project on September the 27th. Despite a very turbulent climate and economy, we had a very, very successful, competitive bidding process. I attribute that to great support from IBI and also us leading a very engaging and transparent bidding process where we let everybody know how many people were interested. And so on the 27th of October, which was last week, on last Thursday, we had our bid opening and we received 7 bids. Inside of the memorandum in which I provided to you, we listed all of those 7 bids. And as you can see, the total base bid ranged from 3.5 million to about 4.1 million. And including those alternates, just to give you a little rundown of the alternates are those things that we thought about within the building that if the project was too high that we could trim it back. And so we asked for them to give us a more itemized price for those things. And so the totals with the alternates range between 3.7 million and 4.6 on Thursday of last week when we received them. As you can see, this second slide, O'Connor Company of NC was declared the potential awardee of the work, responsive and responsible bidder, the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. I learned the R&R today. I'm keeping that alliteration because I was saying the wrong thing. And so after some review with IBI, we found that their bid package was complete and it was valid. And so that is what we're bringing to you today. And so to give a breakdown of that bid package, that base bid was $3.5 million, $3.579 million. And those alternates, which you see listed in the table here, on here, and also included inside the memorandum I provided you, add up to about $895,000. And so that total base bid, that total bid package including the alternates came out to $3.76 million. As stated in the memo, that came in below the engineer's estimate, but it also came in above the amount that we had set aside in our previous fiscal years to go towards that in our CIP. And so that is why you'll also be hearing, we'll also be talking about that financing portion to make up that gap. The projected overall budget of the project, as you see the 2 highlighted ones, that contains that base bid and those alternates. But as you know, there are more things that go into the successful execution of the project. And so I've laid this out for you in a simplified yet detailed budget on the slide here. And so the site transition is $100,000. The design, which majority of it has already happened, is $320,000, and then you see those base bids, and then those soft costs and the financing are those things that we have yet to put money towards. And so when you think about soft costs, it's a generic term, but that includes things like the fixtures, furnishings, and equipment, the FFE, break room appliances, shop service equipment, pedestrian amenities for the LDO, and then other miscellaneous things. And so that's what kind of brings the building to life. We have already committed some funds that we had in the estimate for design, for the soft costs towards the design, and also some construction materials testing. But we just wanted to make sure that you all had a great idea, a full understanding of what it all takes to execute it. And so that total estimated project cost is going to be $4.62 million. And so that is the bid, that base bid and the alternates is what we're bringing before you today. And that would declare that O'Connor Company of NC would be awarded that. And so we are recommending that we accept those bids and empower the town manager and necessary staff to award and execute that contract. And also, because of that shift in that funding, adopt that capital project ordinance that needs to be amended to allot for those additional costs. Amy could likely explain that more swiftly. But if you have any questions about the bid, if you have any questions about the alternates, I'll gladly entertain those if you need additional understanding, but
I think the summary is, we're very pleased by the bid pricing.
Yes.
We're ready to proceed. And if you approve the financing tonight in these bids, December 6th, and Amy will tell you a little bit more, we have one last action we have to take, and then we would enter into the contract probably as early as December 7th or so.
Yes.
With a little bidder and move the project forward.
And just to add on to that, IBI and even the other GCs that reached out to me were very surprised, and they were saying congratulations to us, because in this climate, a lot of people are coming up short. The worry is if they do get bids at all, let alone coming in lower than an engineer's budget, and he scared us when he told us how much it would cost. But to be able to have any kind of savings and come in under an engineer's estimate in this climate, in this economy is, God's definitely on our side.
I have a question. Are you a little concerned about the quality of the work?
No, not at all. And so the main things that contributing to the costness, not the quality of the work, but it's the access to, everything from pipe
I get it, to the
actual building
materials.
itself, and then the delays as well. And so we're going to be assessing the alternates and everything else in general for availability and seeing what the lag times are. Nothing is standing out or being or a glaring red flag at this time. I spoke with the O'Connor representative on the phone today. He's like, everything is like 7-8 weeks out right now. The one thing that is further out is the generator, but that's not something that is instrumental into the building of the building. And so that coming in 6-8 months later in next year is completely fine. It won't hold them up in construction.
Who have they worked for? Like, what other municipalities have they done work for?
They're national.
Yeah,
But I mean, but what other ones close to us?
I can get that information to you.
We don't know.
They're providing that to us. I talked to him today. He's going to be sending over some of that additional information with us. But IBI had vetted them, and we trust them. They had some local work with other municipalities. They mentioned like Bunn and some other municipalities like that.
Okay, that's good. So we won't see pipes with Band-Aids on it, so, all right.
No.
That's good.
Are any of these that are in this list, including the one that is the potential chosen one or one to be chosen, are any of these women or minority-owned businesses, or do any of them employ minority or women-owned subcontractors?
They had to meet MBE requirements, and I think it was 10%, something like that. But they had to meet requirements.
I thought it
to
was
submit that
higher.
It's
paperwork.
15.
15.
You all said it at 15%.
Sorry, 15%.
They met and exceeded that.
How do we vet that? Help me understand
They
that
had to
process.
show a form, they had to
They
fill out
show
a
a
form.
form, and part of the process between last Thursday where we don't declare it on the spot is that we review that stuff.
Okay. Thank you.
They have to declare to subcontractors who they are and ownership-wise.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, they provide all the license numbers and all that stuff.
Oh, and then controlling cost. The contingency, where are we on that? Because this is just a crazy environment of, I know it's kind of post-COVID, but it's also a lot of greed going on. How do we control that? Or what factors do we have in place to control that?
We move swiftly. And so one thing about us declaring signing the contract the day after we receive our financing is that they're able to go ahead and place those POs for that stuff. And so that lag time between, the sooner we get moving, the easier it will be. And so they were actually, when we moved our bid date from that Tuesday to Thursday, they all had to go back to their subs again and get updated prices.
Good.
Because of the tweaks that they saw in our addenda. And so we're confident in it. And we work with Amy, and that's why you see a lot of rounded numbers, because we're trying to account for that. But we don't see any red flags with that.
So what's the built-in contingency? Like, what's the max? Because if I hire a contract, I'm like, okay, if you go up more than 10%, bro, you got to go.
Contingency typically
Do we do that?
10 to 15%, correct?
So there's no contingency built into the construction, but the project, do you have the project budget up here? But there is some contingencies built into some of these other areas. So if there are some issues, there is some room. I mean, because, no project ever goes exactly as designed, but hopefully, it would be pretty close.
Yeah, I thought we always had a contingency built in of like 10 or 15%.
So change orders are in order. If they occurred, we have to approve them. And if we go over budget, we have to come back to you for that. So this is a hard bid for the project. So if change orders are not within the budget, we would have to come back to you for approval.
So I'm getting confused. Because if I have an agreement with you, I understand things happen, but part of my making this agreement with you, I'm choosing you to be the contractor. So if I can just keep coming back and changing my cost, that's a deal.
They cannot. They have to be.
So help me understand, because that's what it sounded like you just said, Kelly.
Eric, please.
So change orders, the thing that's most common with change orders, I would say in this climate and with vertical construction, it's different than roadway. And so roadway change orders happen because you hit granite.
Sure.
Like that stuff go out the window.
Unforeseen.
This is it's a prefab steel building. And so the building itself is 10 weeks out, and they're going to ship it out, and it's one cost for the shell. And we've already started talking about, we've been projecting forward and thinking of like what would be those substitute things. So switching away from a steel pipe to a high pressure PVC pipe for plumbing. And so that would be something that would have been a change order, but because IBI, they're like, hey, these are things you need to be thinking about. We've already started thinking about what those substitutions would be. So it's not as complex with vertical construction, especially this type of building, because it's not brick, it doesn't have all these different things going on. It's essentially just a prefab building. And so any other change orders you might see, we might have inflation on concrete costs based on the economy or something like that, but.
Doesn't matter. Their bid is hard.
And
they don't get to.
But the
they don't
cost
get
of
that.
it, the cost of it is the cost of the building.
Right.
And so it contains a lot of it already.
It's a hard bid. The only thing that can be changed is if there's something that we approved within the building of the condition of the bid. So this is a hard bid. They can't come in 3 months from now and say, the price of concrete's come up, we'd like more money. That is not authorized. That is not a valid reason for a change order. If we come up and they say the site is wet on a consistent basis while we are doing this, we only bid for 10 days because that's what we put in our spec it would take, but it's taking 15 days, we might consider it as a change order for the extra time to site prep it. So it has to go outside the bid document. We believe the bid document is solid and the bid is, and so does O'Connor. So we don't think there's going to be many change orders, what Eric's trying to say, I think.
Yeah, we don't think it's going to be many change orders.
If at all.
Your biggest, another thing is it's a pre-engineered building, so you're not going to have any engineering costs, everything else, and your mezzanine's a standalone, so there's no other engineering issues. Most of the time you run into that stuff is when you're putting up a building, they want to add this piece out here, and all of a sudden your engineering's off on this whole side of the building, so you're going to be way over on that, and you have to add steel and this and that, but it's pre-engineered. It's a package, like you said, it comes out of a factory, They put it on a truck, bring it out here, put it together, it's done, so.
Is it coming in one piece, or?
It's all, it's a
Or
kit.
more than one piece?
It's like a kit.
Yeah, but how many pieces, though?
It's a lot of pieces.
Oh, it's a lot of pieces.
I was just wondering because.
Yeah, it's a lot of pieces.
Because a lot of the houses come in anywhere from like 4 to 8 pieces, and I was just wondering
No,
how.
it's
but
not
that's square
modular.
footage.
It's not modular, but we determine the size and square footage, and then all the galvanized sheeting on the side, all this stuff comes pre-cut to length, and they're just rivet. I mean, that's gonna be the biggest thing, is rivet.
It's like
a Lego.
It's like a kit, yeah.
So change orders would be things that are unforeseen, where we've designated an amount and something comes up with that they have to come back and make a change for.
Right.
Is that what I heard said?
If it helps, change orders are things we change. We change.
Okay.
They don't come to us with a change
Right.
order. It has to be something that was initiated by a condition on our failure
And we've approved.
or something where we've decided we want to do something different based upon something discovered.
Gotcha.
So a change order goes toward them. They don't send change orders to us.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you all, group. Answer my question.
Cool. Anything else?
Like, hurry up, because-
Who's going to do the next one? Capital Project Ordinance Amendment for Public Facilities. Is that you, Amy, or?
Eric wants an answer.
Yeah, Eric need an answer.
Eric said I need an answer.
But good. It is 2 motions.
To the, to the,
Amy.
this.
Amy will. She's gonna do the capital project, the ordinance,
Okay.
but it's paired together.
But do you need an answer for the
No,
move forward?
No.
The motions are together, so.
The motions are together.
Oh, they're listed separately.
so
Come on up, baby.
I have a quick question for you. How long is yours going to take? I'm feeling really nauseous right now, and I feel like I need to leave.
Go do that.
But I need to get this other thing done for the planning board. So that's why I want to know, can I squeeze that one in there and then she can finish so I can go? Because if I go, I'm going right this way. I really feel like I just feel awful.
Yeah. Real quick, take a break.
I'm sorry, Amy.
You want to make a nomination for the planning board to replace
Yes.
somebody that had to
Yes.
resign?
Yes. As you all may or may not know, one of our planning board members had to moved out of Rolesville. And her spot has been vacant since September. The board did, I think Meredith mentioned it to the board, to the planning board, and they said they would look and see if they knew if anybody who would be interested and apply. We only have one application. Her name is Tisha Lowe. She lives in Rolesville. She lives in Carlton Point, and I would like for you all to support her with the vote to be the replacement for Renata Pryor to get on the board.
To her term expires?
Yes, until her term expires. Renata had just gotten back on the board. This would have been her first year out of her 3-year term, is it? So there's 2 years left on this term for the only applicant that we have. And she applied, I believe it was back in September. So I guess I need a vote, right?
Need a motion?
A motion? Okay. So I would like to make a motion to have Tisha Lowe replace Renata Patterson to complete her term, which consists of 2 additional years and 2 months.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, got a motion second. Any other-
How long has she lived in Rolesville?
Madam Clerk, was the vacancy posted?
Wait, what?
How did they apply then?
My
Yes, sir.
understanding was that it was.
I don't know.
Not for Renata, not for her vacancy.
Oh,
Okay, so my understanding was that it was, and this was 2 months ago. But if you're saying that it wasn't, so,
And you had asked that we hold off and you talk to the planning board to see if they, through their network, knew of something.
yeah, that was, I'm not sure about the hold off part, but I know that they were asked in September. So that probably never came back to you. I don't know. But I know that having this seat sit vacant for the past 2 months has been, I want to say challenging in a way because it was never posted.
Now, all of them have been advertised recently, but
but not as far back as you're talking. The vacancies on all of our advisory boards are now being advertised.
Currently.
Okay, so I don't know. I was under the impression that it was, whatever we gotta do, I just know I gotta get out of here. So do we have to wait now? Because we just had a vote on something and it went
Ronnie.
4. Oh my God, thank you. It went like 4 to,
4 to 1.
yeah, 4 to 1, where the chair didn't vote and her seat was open. So with these here cases, I really think we need to have everybody on board. So I don't know why, I'm not pointing a finger at you. I did not know that it was not advertised. I just know that I got an email from you saying you received an application back in September. So I thought it was advertised because
How did the application come if it wasn't advertised?
Yeah, that's my.
because
that was my question, too.
my first time speaking to her was 2 days ago about the open vacancy. Because her application had already been in.
Yeah, I think it needs to be posted. It needs to be advertised.
It really does, because the guys on the board had said that they were gonna reach out as well to see if they knew anybody who was interested. And she's not an ETJ, by the way, also. So what do we do here?
Post the job.
It is posted. Yeah.
What is
it
the timeframe?
Our application can go in with all of the other planning board applications.
Right, but they don't get voted on until,
December.
like,
The first
they-
week of December.
yeah.
We'll vote on next
So
month.
put her in for next month then? I just hate
Something
going
we do.
another round of not having somebody, but that's fine though.
Yeah, that's the only thing we do, though.
But there's a motion sitting. What do we do?
So it doesn't pass. Nobody seconds it, right?
Maker of the motion can withdraw the motion. It's,
Yeah. All right.
You withdrawn it?
Yes, I withdraw the motion, being that it was not advertised, and we'll revisit it in December.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, let's get back on point here. We've been through the resolution for accepting the bids, and the second piece of that is we got to have a capital ordinance amendment for Public Works Facility, and we will make a motion on those two together. So,
Yeah.
and then we'll do the public hearing for the financing of the Public Works Facility.
Yep, so on the capital project ordinance, I don't have a lot to add. You have previously approved $3 million for this project in a capital project ordinance, so that funding never expires. However, as you see from this chart, the total project is now at $4.62 million. So what that capital project ordinance does is it adds another $1.62 million to the project.
Okay. Very good. Any questions from the board? There is a motion on, put those two together. So I'll entertain a motion.
All right. I move to approve the resolution authorizing the acceptance of the Public Works Facility project bids and award contract and the amended capital project ordinance.
I have a motion. Is there a second? Second. Motion, second. Any other discussion?
No, sir.
Not hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Very good. That approves. Now, I'm going to open the public hearing for financing the public work facilities. And I guess, Amy, are you going to kind of do a staff report on that?
Yes, sir. Actually, similar to my item earlier tonight, I am really here to introduce someone else. So as part of your application for installment finance, you do have to have this approved by the local government commission, and part of that process also requires tonight's public hearing. So we have with us tonight Mitch Berguglio of Davenport and Company, who has overseen the bidding process for the financing for the town, and Mitch is here to, there he is, Mitch is here to just give you a brief summary of the results of those bids.
Okay. And Cliff Note version, please.
Cliff Notes, yes, sir. Good evening. Thank y'all for having us again. I will go through this very quickly. I know it's been a long meeting for y'all. So we put out a request for proposals to local, regional, national banks, banking institutions that provide loans on these type of financings pretty regularly. We asked for an amount up to $5.5 million because we had to put it out before the bids came in, so we didn't know the exact amount at the time. And we asked for both a 15 and a 20-year term. These are longer-term financing, so ultimately we received 4 proposals from banks: Capital One, Public Funding, Signature Bank, Truist Bank, and Webster Bank. And we were pleased with that response given the terms that we asked for here at 15 and 20 years. Those bids came back on page 3 of these materials. You can see the various interest rates that we received. Truist Bank provided the lowest interest rates at a 4.13% for 15 years and a 4.2% for 20 years. The next lowest bid was Webster Bank at a 4.58% for 15 and 4.76% for 20 years. A little more detail on that Truist proposal is found on page 4 of this information. In summary, they provided the lowest interest rates, 4.13, 15, 4.2% for 20 years. They did give us some options for prepayment provisions. So the loan can either be prepayable at any time, starting at closing with a 1% penalty, or we could choose an option that the loan is not prepayable for the first half of the term, so 7.5 years for 15 years, 10 years for 20 years, and then is prepayable without penalty for the second half of the term. The 15-year term is going to result in slightly lower interest rate, and shorter term equals lower total interest cost over the life of the loan because it's not outstanding as long. Whereas 20 years is going to give you the lowest annual payment, although it's going to come at a slightly higher total interest cost over the life because it's outstanding for a little bit longer. Thinking about this in terms of your overall capital funding plan and the needs that are out there, we reviewed this with your council and town staff, and ultimately are recommending that you all proceed with the 20-year proposal from Truist Bank with the 1% prepayment penalty fee through the life of the loan. That's going to give you the most prepayment flexibility should you want to pay it off early or refinance it to a lower interest rate if that's possible. The 20-year term is going to give you a lower annual payment, which in light of the other capital projects you are considering will help make other projects a little more affordable going forward. If you choose to move forward with this financing of the project, like was mentioned earlier, we will be coming back to you for one additional approval. We've penciled that in for the December 6th meeting for that final approval of the financing. That would also be the same day that the Local Government Commission would consider approval of this financing as well. If all of that takes place, and this is a typo and I apologize, we would target a closing of the loan on or about December 15th. You can kind of cross that October 20th out. That would be December 15th, and we do have a deadline to close by December 17th. A lot of information in a very short period of time, but I'm happy to answer any questions you all have.
20 year. Sounds good.
I think it's a great rate. And we're happy, and so staff's recommendation to move forward on a 20-year with 4.2%.
Are prepayment fees common? I don't like fees.
I understand. Yes, ma'am, they are common, particularly for at least a portion of the time of the financing. So here, the trade-off is you can either have it non-callable, non-prepayable for the first half of the term, and then you don't have to pay a prepayment penalty, Or we could have a 1% penalty, but we can pay it off at any time. So if interest rates improve and we can refinance it, we have that ability. If something changes with the property, you want to use the property for something else, and we need to free this property up as collateral, we have the ability to prepay it. It just keeps all your options open. And, you know, when you think about this in terms of about a $4.5 million financing, a 1% prepayment penalty is a little additional interest you'd have to pay if you chose to pay it off. Kind of think about it that way.
I got you.
Any other questions? Okay. Just hang tight.
So
for a
if
minute.
y'all would like to, if you would like to move forward with this financing, the step we're asking for this evening, you've already held the public hearing, or you're holding the public hearing. And then we would ask that you approve the initial resolution, the findings resolution, which was contained in your packet. This is just making certain findings that the local government commission will need to make. And it is approving your financing team, including Truist Bank, a not to exceed amount of $5.5 million. It's going to be more like $4.5 million now that we know what the actual bids are. The not to exceed 4.2% interest rate from the bank, and a term of approximately 20 years.
Okay, good. Anything else? All right. Is there anyone, any comments from the public in favor? Any comments from the public in opposition? Okay, not hearing any questions from the board before I close the public hearing? All right, public hearing closed. Board, it's up to your action. I'll turn it over to you for deliberations and a question.
We're ready to move forward.
I'm
Oh,
good. I have no, do you have the motion in front of you? I don't have a motion.
I have it, Kate.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I make a motion to approve the resolutions of the town of Rolesville in North Carolina, authorizing the financing of improvements to real property and application to the local government commission for financing approval pursuant to NC General Statute 160A-20.
Second.
I think I heard Commissioner Austin first. So we got a motion and a second. Is any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that's all voted except for Michelle. Maybe make a note of that. She's been excused. All right. Anything else? Thank you, appreciate that.
Yes, sir, that's all.
Good
Thank y'all
job.
for having me this evening.
Good job. Very quick, thank you. Okay, moving along. Anything from attorney real quick?
Very quickly, as we're thinking about continued hearings, as came up today, in the draft rules, and I wanted to bring them up to you again, there is the concept of old business and new business, and that might help the board in the future. The concept being you don't fix the new business until you've taken care of your old business, and that would allow you to bring a continued matter back at the soonest opportunity that allows the reason for the continuance to be addressed, and then that matter would be earlier in your agenda. It would be under old business or unfinished business. So ponder that. I know folks are having read-throughs on the rules, and so there's another example of how we might use it. Secondly, great news, I received a text this evening that Rolesville v. Gillis appears to have settled, a preliminary settlement on that, and we'll be formalizing that probably at our next meeting. I'll give you an update. And more importantly, most importantly of all, let's say, is at last check, the Phillies lead 7-0 in the World Series.
What was that one?
7-0, Phillies.
Just took your check back for the night.
All right. Anything from the town manager?
I have no report.
No report? Anything else from the town board?
Get out and vote. Get out and vote next
Oh,
week.
yeah, next
Yep.
week.
1
I
week
got my
from
little
today.
flag on.
So, yeah, get out and vote. Just a reminder, the next regular board meeting, I guess is December whatever the first Tuesday, December is our holiday tree lighting, 6 PM at the gazebo, the center of the park there. So, see you guys there. I don't have anything else I don't have, so.
Is Santa gonna be there? We got a Santa in town, or close. I'm just saying. I don't remember, did we have Santa at the previous ones?
Not usually, I don't think.
We should do a Santa thing. Have fun.
Not usually. We have them in the parade, but I don't think we have them there.
We'll talk to each other.
But I guess it's late enough, the kids are probably in the bed, but Santa Claus passed away a few months ago.
Yeah.
So,
What?
so we got to get a new one.
Are you serious?
I'm serious, yeah. Sure did. Actually, I went to the funeral, so. Pretty sad. He's been battling health issues for several months.
What a downer. I thought you were joking.
So we end on that happy note, won't we? All right. Well, thank you, board. Appreciate it. If anything come up, kind of let me know, but appreciate it. And we'll take a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Second. Motion carried. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And we are in adjournment. Thank you, board.